conference that could possibly happen to. But for our sake of discussion here with HBCU football, that's one that doesn't that you don't want to see in the first round. If I want to see my two CIAA teams facing each other, my two HBCUs facing each other, I want to see it in the regional championship. What about you, Brian?
I mean, in terms of the matchups, my biggest thing is I just want to see. I want to see a little more transparency with how these votes are being placed, because I've already told you I've expressed my concern with the fact that potentially an SIAC team like a Miles, who potentially could finish 9-2, could be left off. I think that's a travesty, personally. So that's my biggest thing. And you know what? If they end up playing in the first round, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. You know, I mean, it is what it is, and
But just not with the CIAA, but you could have SAC versus SAC, Gulf South versus Gulf South in the first round, and most of these teams have already played each other at some point in time in their regular conference season. So,
well, you can't avoid that. I don't think you can avoid that when you have 7 spots, or really 6 spots in the opening round, and then you have 4. Possibly, if you give the best team and the best conference a bye, that leaves 3 other. There's just naturally going to be somebody that's going to have to play somebody they've already played. I don't know how you avoid that, really. I mean,
if everything plays out, it will be avoided. What could be an interesting matchup, once again, without previewing too much, and this was not a part of the conversation with Dr. Parker, but this was something that I brought up in my article that I wrote, and you can check out that article at www.mybcsn.net, is you could potentially have the SIAC champion traveling to Bowie, Maryland to play Bowie State in the first round of the playoffs, and that would be a matchup I would love to see. And I guarantee you, the NCAA, if they're trying to make money at the gate, they would put that matchup in. And we'll go ahead and get into it. The Virginia school that wins will probably be traveling to North Carolina to play either Wingate or Carson-Newman, which one of those teams either winds up at number 4. Another reason Albany State a natural rival would be Albany State, Valdosta State, because both of those teams could be in, assuming Albany State wins the SIAC. Except Albany State played Valdosta State week 1 of the season. Also, another matchup you can't see again is Virginia Union against Lenoir-Rhyne, because they played each other week 2 of the season. So Super Region 2 is going to be real tough and real interesting to see how they seed some of these teams out. And, of course, you don't want two teams from the same conference, especially like with the CIAA same side of the conference, which that's the only way it would be to get in. One thing you do have to go ahead.
No. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
I was going to say one thing we do have to avoid is Bowie State cannot lose this game this weekend, Brian, for 2 reasons. A, they lose. They've lost the home game. Bowie State's in the playoffs, win or lose, but they want that first game at home. That's number 1. Number 2, if Bowie State loses the game this weekend and or their CIAA championship game, not only will they lose a home game, but they could potentially knock out the Virginia school.
Well, look, again, Bowie playing Elizabeth City State, and with all respect to Elizabeth City State, who has played. Who was it they upset a couple of weeks ago? Didn't they? Was it?
They beat St. Aug
Well, that's
and
not an upset, but
but they beat St. Aug and Chowan. Those are the two victories.
okay. I thought maybe it was okay. I'm thinking St. Aug who beat Fayetteville State.
They beat St. Aug after the coaching change, though.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, Bowie State has no business losing to Elizabeth City State. That's all I got to say. So let's do this. Well, while we're talking about the polls and the rankings, I guess we'd have to mention West Virginia State because they are over in Super Region 1. And obviously, they were, when the first poll came out, they were number 5. They lost to Charleston, and they dropped to number 8. And what you think that they still have a shot, even though they still have 2 tough conference opponents. Well, I should say 1 tough conference opponent because I think they play a winless team this upcoming weekend. And then the following week, though, they play top-seeded in their conference, Notre Dame of Ohio. And that's going to be a tough contest.
And I believe Notre Dame is number 3 in the region, Brian. Number 2 or number 3 in the region.
Right. Yeah, they're up there. They're nationally ranked. I think
around.
They're ranked about 12th in the nation, if I saw correct.
Yeah, and they've bounced around from their 2 to 3, 1, 2, 3 slot. But they have to beat Notre Dame of Ohio. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
That's
Not only will
task.
that is a tall task. You know, the loss to Frostburg at the buzzer, literally, is the loss that hurts them more than anything else. They were blown out last week. They really were never in the game, it seems.
Right. And they had just scored in that Frostburg game. They had scored to take the lead with about a minute to go, and then just turned around and gave
couldn't
up.
Finish.
Yeah, couldn't finish it. All they had to do was just hold them off and keep them out of the end zone, and they couldn't do that. Yeah.
Yes. So, but
yeah, you think they can if okay? So you say they have to win out, but what if they go 1-1 these last 2 weeks? Are they in or out?
Home. They're sitting
at
home.
Okay.
They're sitting at home. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you want to jump over to the SIAC, Brian, we can, or we can wait till we get to that conference.
Let's wait till we get into the conference to talk about them.
Okay.
Let's come to that later. I guess my final thought on West Virginia State would be, regardless of what happens, they're sitting at already. They've had a great season, the best season under Coach John Pennington. They're offensively one of the more exciting stories, or one of the exciting teams to follow. I mean, every week it seems like they have somebody, whether it's been a running back or a couple of receivers or the quarterback, somebody has been putting up major numbers in terms of the HBCU among HBCU teams, and so they have really gotten some notice this year. And I don't know, I haven't really paid attention to who's coming back next year. But this is a team that if they can find a way to tighten up on defense just a little bit, they're going to be a title contender, or at least a strong conference title contender next year.
Yeah, they problem is their key players, that being their quarterback, their receiver, and their top 2 defensive players. The top 2 receivers, the quarterback, and the top 2 defensive players are all seniors this year, Brian. So,
well, there goes that right there.
Yeah. So, it's gonna be a tall task for Coach Pennington over there at West Virginia State.
Okay, let's transition, and since we were talking about polls and rankings, let's talk about our top 5 under D1 and our top 5 Division I polls heading into week number 11. And so we're going to start 5-1 on the under D1 side. Again, this is our poll, our rankings based on the NAIA and Division II schools. And pretty much the D2 side of our polls has shuffled over these last few weeks. I mean, we had a week where all 4 teams lost, or 4 of the 5 teams lost. We've had weeks where 3 of the 5 lost. We've had weeks where 3 new teams came in, and then just as easily those 3 teams lost and they're back out. So it's really been fluid in our poll. The only consistent from the start has been Bowie State, and that is who comes in, of course, at number 1 in our poll. This week, number 2 is Miles College. I want to say Miles moved up. I believe they were number 3 last week, as Fort Valley State had debuted at number 2. And so Miles moves up to number 2. Big game for them upcoming this weekend against Tuskegee, or traveling to Tuskegee. Number 3, making their debut into the polls, the unofficial SIAC East champions, unbeaten Savannah State, unbeaten in the SIAC, I should say. Savannah State Tigers come in at number 3. What an amazing job Coach Sean Quinn has done with those guys. The transition from Division I down to Division II has been a success. They were picked to finish last in the conference, and that could have been for any number of reasons. But they have proven to be very formidable this year. They've pretty much claimed the state of Georgia. They've beaten Morehouse, Clark Atlanta, Fort Valley State, and Albany State. Pretty much everybody in the state of Georgia. Is there anybody else in the state of Georgia from the SIAC that they didn't beat?
No, they beat the 4 Georgia schools. They beat and if you want to count another victory in the state of Georgia, they beat Benedict in the state of Georgia in Augusta. They've beaten 5 SIAC opponents in the state of Georgia, and now they go down and play their cousins, who actually is the closest team to them geographically when they travel down to Jacksonville, Florida this Saturday and play Edward Waters, which is only a 75-minute drive straight down I-95, which is a game that you and I will be on this particular Saturday, Brian.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll be there covering that game. And, Savannah State, man, what a story they have been. Probably the story, one of the, if you had to mark down the 3 or 4 best stories of this season, or I should say 3 or 5 best stories, that's usually how people do stuff like that, they're easily in that conversation. Might be the best story. Savannah State had not had a winning season since 1998. Right.
Since they left
Division II last millennia. That's the last time they had a winning record. So props to them. Number 4 in our poll, Langston Lions. Langston still hanging around. They won't go away. They are just that team that keeps finding ways to win, and our pollsters like the Lions, and they continue to hang on and stay in our polls. I'm not sure that they have a chance at making the NAIA playoffs this year. I don't believe they have a chance at winning the Sooner Athletic Conference after having lost to Ottawa of Arizona a couple of weeks ago. Number 5, debuting in our poll, Virginia State Trojans. Number 5, they come in, obviously helped by the fact that they are ranked number 7 in the super regional rankings. And Virginia State has won, really, if you look at them, they've won 8 of their last 9 games. I mean, look, let's keep it real. The only team they've lost to in that stretch, Bowie State. They've beaten everybody else. And then, of course, that sets up, 2 teams that have only 1 loss in conference. They both lost to Bowie State. And both teams are 8-2 or 7-2 coming into this contest. And so it's a big matchup there. But congratulations to Virginia State coming in. Let's see whether they can stay in the poll or whether someone new will enter in for this upcoming weekend. All right, moving over, AD. First off, real quick before we move over, any thoughts about the under D1 5 teams that made our poll?
The only thing that was tough for me as I was doing as I was submitting my votes. There are two good teams that are sitting on the outside of this poll, which shows you how much parity there is in our Division II polls. Those two teams being Virginia Union and Albany State. So you got 7, 8 good teams for 5 spots. So it was like trying to get a square peg in a round hole, trying to figure out those 5 teams, Brian. That's how it was for me personally. I don't know about you.
Yeah, and you think about all the teams who have been in our top 5 this year. Obviously, we've had West Virginia State in our poll. We've had Fort Valley State in our poll. You just mentioned Albany State. They've been in our poll.
I think even Fayetteville snuck in there one week.
Fayetteville State snuck in there one time. I mean, that's 4 right there. I don't think Virginia Union has been in, and I'm trying to think.
Virginia. I think Virginia Union debuted in our poll.
Okay, so there's a 5th team right there. So that's 5 different teams that I can think of. I'm trying to think, is there anyone else that we've missed? That's 5 that, have been in our poll at one point this season. So like you said,
and all 5 of those teams are still competitive.
Exactly. So it really speaks to what we've seen in Division II. It's been a great year for HBCUs in Division II, and I guess hopefully we'll see what happens. It's been one of those years. The fact that Bowie State has gone unbeaten, I mean, that don't let that just wash over you like it's some minor accomplishment. I mean, given everything going on in Division II, they're the unbeaten team.
Question for you, Brian, and this may be a week or two early to start this discussion. How deep does Bowie State have to run in the Division II playoffs for you to seriously consider them for the Black College National Champion, considering you have a sanctioned FAMU team who cannot compete for the Celebration Bowl, and you have 2 flawed teams who are going to be coming out of our FCS, be it whichever team comes out of the FCS conferences and wins the Celebration Bowl are going to be flawed. So how deep would you say Bowie State has in?
I'm going to sort of, when you say flawed, I don't think Alcorn State is flawed. I mean, I think Alcorn State is a very good team. Now, especially if Alcorn State can run the table or run, and advance and win, they will make a heavy argument in the whole discussion. Obviously, if FAMU runs it out and finishes 10-1, even though they won't play in the Celebration, I think they will be heavy favorites by a lot of people, as Black College National Champions. I think there will be people who, if Alcorn State goes to the Celebration Bowl and let's say they finally beat North Carolina A&T, let's just say for argument's sake, North Carolina A&T goes back for a 3rd year, and Alcorn finally beats them, there will be a lot of people that will vote for Alcorn State. So I wouldn't say they're flawed, but back to your original question about Bowie. I think Bowie needs to get to the semifinal, or at least 2 wins. I think they need 2 wins in the playoffs. They need to get, because obviously if they get 2 wins, I don't think they're playing.
They're the regional finals. They would be in
right.
But
is that the point? I don't think that's the point where they would potentially play Valdosta State, though.
At the current seeding, they would play Valdosta State in round 2 if the seeds do not change.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, because the 2 would play 3 in round 2, and that's where they're sitting at right now. Bowie's at 3. And Valdosta is at 2. Lenore Ryan.
Oh, I thought Valdosta was.
Valdosta had a bye this past week, which cost them in the polls.
Oh my gosh. Jeez Louise. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Well, I think either way they'd have, because okay, so either way you're potentially looking at playing Lenore-Rhyne or Valdosta State. I think they need to beat one of those two teams. If they beat one of those two teams, I think you're looking at co-national champs, and they very well. I think they very well. You're looking at co-national champs. I'm telling you now. I don't think there's any possible. I don't think there's anybody that's going to give or not give FAMU a share of the Black College National Championship, whatever poll it is, whatever entity is giving out polls and rankings and national championships. Florida A&M goes unbeaten in FCS football with who they had to beat in the conference, beating a SWAC team in Southern. I think they are. Yeah, I think they'd be there. I think they get a share of it.
Now let me throw one more carrot out there to you, Brian.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's assume FAMU loses a game. A&T beats Bethune this week. Bethune beats FAMU, and I hate those words coming out of my mouth, but I have to throw it out there. So now everybody in the BAC has a minimum of 2 losses, and then let's say a Southern or whoever wins the West wins the SWAC West winner wins the SWAC championship game and wins the Celebration Bowl. Do you make Bowie?
So
now, how deep does Bowie need to go in?
One game. I think at that point, Bowie only needs to win 1 game.
Okay.
I think Bowie needs to win 2 if somebody like Florida A&M, Alcorn State is still in the mix. And I'll be honest. Yes, Bethune-Cookman lost to Savannah State, or not Savannah State, but South Carolina State. But let's say they beat A&T, beat FAMU, and win the Celebration Bowl. Look, they're right there in the hunt. They're going to be considered right there with everybody else. I mean, that is still an impressive run by Bethune.
It's going to be interesting.
Okay, let's get over to the D1 top 5, and then we're going to take a quick break and then get into our game previews. So the top 5 under Division 1, number 1, Florida A&M for, I believe, the 3rd consecutive week. The Rattlers come in at number 1. They're on a bye this upcoming week. Number 2, Alcorn State. The Braves are back in action this week in a very tough contest where they are traveling to Grambling State. Grambling has won 4 games in a row. Very tough ball game upcoming for them. North Carolina A&T comes in at number 3. They're traveling up to Baltimore, taking on Morgan State. Of course, the Bulldogs got a big win last week against South Carolina State. So that was a big win on the road for them. Number 4, Bethune-Cookman. The Wildcats were on a bye last week. This week, I believe they are taking on Delaware State, if I'm not mistaken, on the road this week against Delaware State. Yep, that is correct. And then number 5, making their debut into our top 5 D1 poll, the Grambling State Tigers. I just mentioned them, number 5, winners of 4 games in a row. After a tough 0-4 start, they have put themselves right in the hunt. And this upcoming Saturday, they've got a game against Alcorn State. And I'm telling you what, it's not inconceivable that, they can't win this game. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. So we do have a top 5 matchup upcoming. Number 2, Alcorn State traveling to number 5, Grambling State. So your thoughts on the D1 side of things, AD?
Finally, we see somebody new in the Division One FCS poll. I think we've had the same 5 teams, maybe in different orders, but we've had the same 5 teams for 4 consecutive weeks, Brian. I'm happy to see some fresh blood.
Yeah, definitely I am too, so it's good to see Grambling get in there. So, all right, let's do this. Let's go ahead and take a short break. When we come out of the break, we will begin to get into our Week 7 top games, and we'll go through the rundown of those key games, share our predictions and thoughts, and then we'll go on from there. So thanks for sticking in and listening. Hang in there with us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right after these words.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
The Black College Sports Network is proud to partner with ComputerRatings.com. That's COMPUGHTER ratings.com for the upcoming college football season. ComputerRatings.com delivers rankings, game predictions, and statistics for hundreds of professional and collegiate teams. The key feature of ComputerRatings.com is the Versus Sports Simulator, which allows users to simulate any possible matchup and view the predicted scores along with a side-by-side stats analysis. Improve your odds by signing up for a subscription. Monthly, semi-yearly, and yearly subscriptions are available. For our listeners and viewers, use the promo code BCSN19 and get 15% off of your subscription at checkout. Visit www.computerratings.com. That's COMPUGHTER ratings.com.
Hello and welcome back to the BCSN Sports Wrap. Brian Fulford and AD Drew here. I want to remind you to find us on Twitter, find our personal pages. You can find me at DRB365. You can always find AD at BCSN Drew, DREW. And, of course, you can find the Black College Sports Network on Twitter, Instagram, and on Facebook at MyBCSN1, the number 1. All right, before we get into the top 7 games, a bit of a breaking story that came out Thursday. Today's Thursday, actually, Wednesday night. And I mentioned it briefly if you had a chance to catch the midweek report or the podcast that I did with Mo Carter. HBCU Digest released, they were the first to break this on November 6th, about 7:28 p.m., that Howard University had placed head football coach Ron Prince on administrative leave. He was placed on administrative leave effective immediately, pending the outcome of an internal investigation into charges of verbal abuse and mistreatment of players. And if you recall, those reports were first unearthed. They were first unearthed by HBCU Game Day, as some parents had shared with HBCU Game Day some news, or at least letters, of the allegations. They had sent letters to the president and the athletic director, so on and so forth. And then and I can't remember, AD, did that happen before or after Kalen Newton and a few other players had made the decision to enter the transfer portal? Do you recall?
I think it happened like within the same week. I think Kalen Newton did what he did first. A couple other players followed his lead, and then
That
boom,
story came out
next thing
at
you
the
know,
next game,
that
after that
what-
game or whatever.
Right, correct.
Okay.
But it was all within like a week and 10-day period when everything came out.
Right. So yeah, at that time, Howard was like obviously they were 1-3 when Newton had made the decision. Actually, it was heading into their week number 5 game against Harvard when no, not Harvard. It was it doesn't matter. I was trying to remember who it was.
It was Bethune.
Right. I knew it was a
Decided
conference
to
game. It was
transfer.
Bethune. Right. They're about to play Bethune. It was so that happened. So currently Howard is 1-8 overall this season. Pop quiz: can you name the one team that Howard beat this year?
Delaware State.
You asking or telling?
I'm asking.
I don't know. I was hoping you would have a little more confidence. I didn't. Look, that's shame on me. I was the one.
I just guessing.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought whenever you're a teacher, whenever you have a quiz, you should have the answer.
Have the answer
Mr.
exactly.
Educator.
Well, look, Delaware State is winless, so I think it was Delaware State. I'll take Delaware State for 200s, AD. The official statement from Howard says Howard University is committed to completing our internal investigation of the allegations involving concerns about the football program. As a result of our continuing investigation, the university has decided to place head football coach Ron Prince on administrative leave effective immediately. Director of Football Operations Aaron Kelton will serve as the interim coach until further notice. Howard University is committed to ensuring our athletic programs reflect Howard's core mission and values, and to ensuring the well-being and success of all student athletes. So that was the statement there. Your thoughts, AD? Any chance that Ron Prince survives this?
Short answer, Brian, no. What I really find interesting about this, and I know this situation is a little bit different than the previous two. Well, at least we're privy to a little bit more information than the previous 2 firings this year. But that is the third coach that has been let go, put on leave, fired, whatever official statement you want to put out with that. But that is a high number of coaches this year, Brian. I really find that interesting that our HBCUs have made moves like that during the season.
Right, and you're referring to what happened over at St. Augustine.
St. Augustine, and then at Shawan.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, and obviously we don't. I mean, we know a little bit about what happened at St. Aug, but I don't think we know the whole story of what happened over at Shawan. But I mean,
and usually one of the reasons you usually don't see stuff like this happen is because, unlike what you see and like you see at the FSU, teams, our schools do not have the money typically to buy out the contracts that they give to these coaches. That's why they have to put up with them or fire them. And what you may not know, a lot of coaches work on 1-year rolling contracts so that they don't have to buy out these contracts of these coaches. So that's why I find it highly unusual for them to let these coaches go during the middle of the season.
Yeah, no doubt. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Of course, we'll all be paying attention to kind of see where Caylin Newton ends up. It's all speculation. It's all rumors. Do you
think Caylin's going to wind up at another HBCU, or do you think he's going to wind up at a PWI?
Well, the fact that he has 2 years of instant eligibility as a grad transfer, I think he could end up back at an HBCU. I really do. I think Yeah, I think he could. And I say that from the standpoint of I don't think his completion percentage was high enough to really, to just scream out to somebody at a PWI that, hey, this is not. I could be wrong, unless there's maybe somebody who previously recruited him might be looking for him. But if I were him, I'd want to stay in the HBCU circuit. I mean, you had 2 great years, won some major accolades within that circuit, and you have a chance to, if you go to the right school, you have a chance to play 2 more years and reclaim sort of that place as one of the most dynamic quarterbacks in all of black college football. So that's my thought. I don't think he does that if he goes, let's just say if he goes to William and Mary where his old coach Mike London is, or I don't know, what school might you be thinking of? I don't know where you think he might go.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out because I despite how great of an athlete he is, I believe if he winds up at a PWI, they're going to ask him to change positions. I do not think he's going to go play quarterback at a PWI.
Well, yeah, and see, there you go. I think that's a good point that you bring up. All right, so AD, you ready to get into some of these games?
Hey, let's go for it, man.
Okay, now first off, have you been keeping track of our homecoming tallies? Are you still up to date on that, or are we kind of passed?
We kind of fell behind.
All right. You fell behind. I wasn't keeping up with it. But I was leaning on you for that. I'm just not to throw you under the bus. I'm sorry.
We will have that after this upcoming weekend's game, because there are a couple of the homecomings this weekend. So I'll make it a point to update that for you.
All right, good deal. Well, one of those homecoming games that we are talking about and we're mentioning is in the MEAC, and it's North Carolina Central who's hosting a homecoming, and this time they're hosting Norfolk State. And this one, on the surface, you wouldn't think this game has much meaning, but it actually does for a couple of reasons, and that's because North Carolina Central is still in play for the MEAC. I was looking at the standings. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they still only have 2 losses. And so what that means with 2 conference losses, obviously Florida A&M unbeaten, but you have Bethune, A&T with 1 loss, and right there at 2 is South Carolina State and Central. And so with North Carolina Central's upcoming schedule here, where they have Norfolk State, and then they play South Carolina State, and then the matchup with A&T at the end of the year, if things go a certain way, obviously they have to win this week. They have to win next week. Some other things need to happen. But the Aggie-Eagle matchup at the end of the year could mean something once again, and could mean something in terms of somebody, whether it be A&T or Central. It could mean something and towards the actual Celebration Bowl Conference Championship thing. Norfolk State averaging 28.8 points per game. Central only averaging 21. Defensively, though, Norfolk State giving up 32 points a game, and North Carolina Central just under 24, about 23.6. One of the interesting numbers, when you look at opponents' records and you look at strength of schedule, things of that nature, North Carolina Central's opponents have a record of 33-47, while Norfolk State's opponents thus far have a record of 40-38. Norfolk State, I think, has played a very tough schedule. They're only 3-6 this year. North Carolina Central is 4-5. Norfolk State has played 6 500 or better teams this year. North Carolina Central has only played 4, and they have not beaten any of those 4 teams with a 500 or better record. This is a game that, as I'm kind of just glancing the stats here, it's funny. North Carolina Central seems to be. You might think North Carolina Central is the favorite, but it's actually Norfolk State that comes into this ball game with, at least from our Versus Sports simulator, Norfolk State with an 8-point margin of victory over North Carolina Central. What are your thoughts on this game, AD?
The interesting thing about this is when you look at the numbers, Norfolk State's offense, Norfolk State is number 3 in the conference in scoring offense, Brian. North Carolina Central is number 2 in the conference in total defense, number 3 in the conference in scoring defense, meaning points allowed. So this is actually an interesting matchup because you have a contrast of styles. You have good offense versus good defense. The problem with this game is Norfolk State's defense is one of the bottom defenses in the conference, whereas Central's offense is average. They're smack dab in the middle. They go anywhere from 4 to 6, depending on which offensive category that you look at, Brian. So that's what the difference in this game is going to be. Can Norfolk stop Central? Central's going to get some stops against Norfolk. Can Norfolk stop Central is going to be the question. I'm not 100% sure, Brian. I'm really not 100% sure. And I've seen this Central defense step up a couple of times throughout this season and play good. They haven't necessarily got the offense to play with them, but that defense is going to keep them in the game, Brian. Defense wins championships. Although we're not playing for a championship, good defense will keep you around, just like good pitching will stop good hitting on any day in baseball.
Okay. I tend to side with, well, let's look at North Carolina. Okay, so North Carolina Central with a 28-6 win last week over Howard. Howard, of course, lowly Howard. The week before, North Carolina Central needed a kickoff return for a touchdown with about, under the minute to go to win that game against Delaware State. So they won their last 2, but they were against 2 of the worst teams in the conference. The 2 weeks prior to that, they lose by 14 to Bethune. They lose by a touchdown to Florida A&M. Against better teams, they've really been beaten bad. I got to go with Norfolk State. I think Norfolk State has the stronger, better offensive team. I think Jawan Carter is playing at a level that I think we're going to be talking about Jawan Carter as one of the top quarterbacks in the conference come next season. I mean, he's already statistically one of the better quarterbacks, but if Norfolk State can put together things with the defense, I think we're definitely going to be talking about Norfolk State. I don't know. It's a 4-point spread. Vegas, the bookies seem to think Norfolk State is 4 points better than Central. The sports predictor says 8 points better. I'm going to go with Norfolk State by a touchdown. Who do you like, AD?
I like Central in this particular game. I've already given you the reason. I think Central's defense is going to hold off Norfolk.
All right. Good deal. Let's jump over to another matchup in the FCS, and that's going to be a SWAC matchup between Jackson State and Alabama A&M. And, right now as it stands, Jackson State is coming into this ball game hot. They've won, I believe, 3 games in a row now, and they're actually sitting. If I pull up the standings, I'm going to pull up the conference standings here. Jackson State comes in now at 3-1, literally 1 game behind first place Alcorn State. That's what winning 3 games in a row will do for you. While Alabama A&M, they're right in the middle of probably their toughest 5-game stretch. And for just a little reminder, if you guys take a second to go listen to the interview I did with Mo Carter, who covers extensively his news station in Huntsville, Alabama. They cover the Bulldogs, so he knows this firsthand. But this is a team that really has been up and down. They have never lost 2 games in a row, and they've only won 2 games in a row in the middle of the season, but they've never really beaten 2 good opponents. And if you look over the course of these last few weeks, 3 weeks ago they lost to Grambling 23-10. Then they go to the Magic City Classic and beat Alabama State in triple overtime. Then last week they go to Southern and they lose to Southern really late in the ball game with about maybe 30 seconds to go, 50 seconds to go, something like that. But they even had a chance at the very end of the game to possibly win that game. So it's the inconsistency for Alabama A&M is what's frustrating. I mean, they've got a first tier quarterback who I think he along with Felix Harper of Alcorn State are, I think, the 2 front runners for Offensive Player of the Year. I don't know. There may be a dark horse in possibly a guy like maybe Jeremy Hickbottom from Grambling State, but I've got to say Akil Glass is one of those top-tier quarterbacks. They've got a solid running game, Jordan Bentley, some good receivers from Ibrahim, the young man, is his name, has really been putting up some good numbers for Alabama A&M. It's just a lot of positives. They should have a strong defense. This is the first year under Granville Eastman and their defense, but it hasn't come together like you would have thought. And that's what worries me for Jackson State, or as they play Jackson State, who is coming in with, the quarterback situation at Jackson State has been all over the place this year. I mean, there have been games where they played 3 guys. There are games when they played 1 guy. They're back to, it seems like they're running 2 different quarterbacks now. Last week, they beat, who they beat last week, AD? Arkansas Pine Bluff, I think it was.
What time you going with your,
Yeah, they beat Arkansas. They beat Arkansas Pine Bluff. And last week it was Jalen Jones, the freshman quarterback, who, much heralded, Florida Gators transfer. He actually had 2 touchdown passes and 1 rushing touchdown. And, a real interesting game here. Jackson State traveling to Alabama A&M. What are your thoughts on this ball game, AD?
When you look at just the conference-only statistics, Brian, Alabama A&M's defense is last in the conference in rushing. Alabama A&M, when you look at the defensive stats, just take a conference stats only, A&M's defense is either last or second to last in every major statistical category in SWAC-only games. Jackson State is average. Does average beat bad is the question. And can that home crowd in Huntsville, Alabama motivate these young men enough where they play above their heads? Jackson State controls their own destiny. I told you this 3 weeks ago, Brian, that Jackson State was going to win out and was going to set up that last game of the year versus Alcorn Would they be playing for the SWAC East Championship? I will not renege on that prediction, Brian.
Yeah, I'll give you credit for that. You did call that. You did call that. So I'm just going to mark you down because it sounds like you're going with Jackson State. Sounds like you're keeping with your prediction here of Jackson State. Am I correct in that statement?
100%, Brian.
All right. Alabama A&M is a 6-point home favorite, according to the folks who set the Vegas lines. Our Versus Sports Simulator, our friends at ComputerRatings.com, they actually see Alabama A&M winning this game by 3 points at home, a game that actually goes well into the high 30s. So, if you're one of those people that are thinking about maybe an over-under situation, which, if I'm not mistaken, I was just looking for it because I had it pulled up here. The over-under is 64.5. So, there's a high expectation that a lot of points will be scored in this one, and so I'm gonna go with Alabama A&M at home. They've got a Hall of Fame weekend coming up. One of the things that Mo Carter had sort of tagged us in, AD, was just kind of talking about some of the big names, former players coming in. My guy from the Indianapolis Colts, former Alabama A&M Bulldog, Robert Mathis, and future Pro Football Hall of Famer, Robert Mathis. He will actually be in the house. There's going to be a lot of guys talking to the young men, the young Bulldogs of Alabama A&M. I think there's going to be a lot of inspiration in the locker room just in this entire weekend for the Bulldogs, and I think it's going to be enough to get them over. But I do like Jackson State to cover, but I like Alabama A&M to get the win. How's that sound, AD?
Sounds like you're going to be wrong.
Wow, that's vicious, man. All right, let's do this. Let's take a break because coming up, we're getting into all Division II football. We've got the breakdown coming up for the CIAA and the SIAC. We're going to tell you our thoughts on who's going to win these big contests this weekend, games that will affect not only the conference championship selections, or I guess you could say the conference championship teams, but they will have an effect on the Division II playoff because there's all of these games matter at this point in the stretch. So be prepared to come back and hang in there with us. We'll be back right after these words. You're listening and watching to the BCSN Sports Wrap on the Black College Sports Network.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
The Creole Seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole Seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is our classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
I've been waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Hello and welcome back to the BCSN Sports Wrap. I'm Brian Fulford, joined as always by my co-host, my partner, my sidekick, my co-pilot. You know, he drives sometimes, and I'll just ride in the back and chill. That's AD Drew. And AD, we tell the people where they can find you on Twitter and such.
BCSN Drew. BCSN DREW.
And of course, you can find me at DRB365. Make sure to go to our join and like, I guess that's what I should say, for our Facebook pages, our BCSN Sports Wrap and our Black College Sports Network pages. www.mybcsn.net is the web page of record for us, and we will be broadcasting this weekend. Matter of fact, we've got a 2-day action of broadcast. We're doing a basketball doubleheader at Edward Waters College, and tell the people a little bit about who we're broadcasting on Friday night, AD.
We have both the men's and the women's matchup, two NAIA HBCU teams, as Edward Waters hosts Florida Memorial in both men's and women's action. The women's action will tip off at 6 p.m., followed by the men's game at 8 p.m. And then we'll relax at the hotel, and then we'll get up Saturday morning, get ready for that 3 o'clock kickoff versus Savannah State University, the unofficial SIAC East champs, at 3 p.m.
All right, so a big day, a busy day for us. Looking forward to it. Shout out to Joshua Jackson and the good people over at Edward Waters College, and so that's where we will be.
And,
all right.
And one other thing about the basketball game.
For sure.
The women are 4-0 on the young season, and the men are 0-2 on the young season. So we'll see if the women can remain undefeated and see if the men can pick up their first victory on the young season.
Okay. Well said. All right. So we're going over to the SIAC now. And I was just writing something down here. I want to make sure I get this right. Okay, so here's the scenarios in the SIAC. We have 2 contests which will decide the championship. We have the SIAC East featuring Fort Valley State versus Albany State, playing in the 30th annual Fountain City Classic. That game is played in Columbus, Georgia. That game is going to kick off at 2 p.m. The winner will represent the East, and Savannah State cannot represent the East as the only unbeaten team on that side. One of these 2 teams will have to take their place. Both teams have lost to Savannah State. Over on the west side, we've got Tuskegee at home, homecoming, taking on the Miles Golden Bears coming into town. And AD, you said this so eloquently in the wrap-up show, in the Week 10 wrap-up show, that I'm going to let you do it again and see if you can do it just as well, that this game And just this situation is strangely familiar. In fact, 1 year ago, we were in the same spot, but the roles were reversed. Let the people know what I'm talking about.
See, I told you not to ask me to do that twice, Brian.
Wait a minute, I should.
It's just like asking me to make that buzzer beater again so she could take a picture of me shooting the ball this time, and I've never made a half-court shot in my life. But no, seriously though, last year, Tuskegee was in control of the SIAC West before they went on a streak, on a short losing streak. They lost the matchup against Central State. If they would have won the game against Central State last year, the game against Miles did not matter. They lost to Central State. They had to beat Miles. Miles came in, they went 2 miles on the road and were not able to get the victory. Miles, who had reeled off 5 victories in a row at that point in time, that was their 5th victory in a row, went in to the SIAC championship game as a 500 team, and then they ultimately won the SIAC championship game, which screwed the SIAC out of a potential playoff berth. Now, let's flip to 2019. Miles is at Central State. All Miles has to do is beat Central State, and they wrapped up the SIAC West. Miles loses to Central State, opens the door for Tuskegee. Miles has to get on the road and travel to Tuskegee. Remember last year, Tuskegee had to travel to Miles.
Right.
So a team that's the only difference is Tuskegee is 1 game better than Miles was at that point in time. Tuskegee is 5-4. Last year, Miles was 4-5. Other than that, the scenarios are exactly the same, except the teams are flipped. The team that was in control of their own destiny has to go on the road and go into the arch rival's house and win in order to represent the SIAC. The team with the better record is on its heels going into this game, just like they were last year, Brian.
All
Did
right,
I do a good job?
Yes, that was great. Great job. Okay, so let's start with that game, since that's the one you just finished with. We're going to start with Miles and Tuskegee. So last year, the Golden Bears won that game 31-27. I'm going to just take a quick glance at the, if it pulls up quickly here. I don't think it will. I was going to take a quick peek at the box score from last year. This was obviously, remember, Miles under 500 in this contest. So Tuskegee had a 17-7 halftime lead before Miles would actually go 14 points in the third quarter and cut the deficit to 24-21 at the end of the third quarter. And then Jackson Spraden kicked a field goal with 13:52 in the fourth quarter to cut the deficit, or to tie the ball game at 24. Tuskegee answered at the 5:23 mark when Arnez Huskick kicked a 37-yard field goal, which put Tuskegee up 27-24. And then in the final minute of the ball game, with 57 seconds left, it was Leonard Tyree from Daniel Smith, 27 yards. Miles wins 31-27. Oh, the drama, AD. Oh, the drama of that game as it turned out. And I mean, that. What would you say? That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good summation of that game, wouldn't you say, AD?
Yeah, you're correct with that, Brian.
Okay, so over the last 9 times that these teams have played, though, Tuskegee has owned this series. They've won 6 of the last 9 in these matchups. Miles has not won 2 games in a row. In fact, prior to that win, Tuskegee had won in 2017 and 2016. They'd beaten Miles. Miles did happen to win in 2015 in Tuskegee, so that's the last time that Miles actually went to Tuskegee and got a win. It was a 26-23 win back in 2015. They also won in 2013, 41-36 at Tuskegee. So, they've recent years under Coach Reginald Ruffin, they have had some success beating Tuskegee. And so that's where we sit. I mean, we obviously AD has broken down this game AD has broken down the scenarios as it relates to Miles. Let me ask this: you've mentioned that Miles does not, in your opinion, you would say probably the odds of Miles making it to the playoffs. You probably would you put it at under 10%, under 20? Where would you put it percentage-wise, AD?
I'm just going to say they need a lot of breaks. I would say maybe 25% chance.
Okay, so
they just got to get the right breaks.
Is there any break or any scenario? Let's say Tuskegee wins this. Tuskegee would then have won 6 games in a row. They come into this ballgame with a 5-game win streak. Any scenario that Tuskegee, with a win this week, a potential win the following week, any chance Tuskegee has a shot at getting into the playoffs?
No, there are too many good teams ahead of them in the regional rankings where Tuskegee won't, even at 7-4 they would be 7-4 at that point in time. We would not get in, and Tuskegee had some bad losses early in the year. They were blown out by West Alabama. They were blown out by Winston-Salem State. So they've had 2 bad losses to teams that are not even considered in the rankings right now.
Okay. One of the things that has played against Miles, and you brought this up, their strength of schedule, opponents' records by Miles is 28-51, excuse me. Opponent record for Tuskegee is 34-45. Miles has they're actually number 1 in total offense, averaging 384.1 yards per game. They are number 2 in scoring offense, averaging 32.2 points a game. When you look at defensively, what Tuskegee does well, they're only 20.1 points a game allowed. Actually, they've allowed more points than they scored this year, which I think is one of those stats that is not a good sign. But remember, there was a stretch where Tuskegee had held 3 consecutive opponents to 10 points. So, I think that kind of brought the numbers down. Scoring defense, Tuskegee only giving up third best in the SIAC. In terms of total defense, it's third best behind, guess who? Miles College at number 2. Is there a stat or 2 or anything that you look at in this contest, AD, that will sway you from picking Tuskegee? I'm just going to keep it real. Is there anything here that'll sway you from picking Tuskegee?
Miles has not beaten an opponent over 500 this year. They have not played an opponent over 500 this year, Brian. Number 1, they have not played an opponent who.
I'm looking at from
at the time of the game, they have not played an opponent who was over 500 until this weekend.
Okay, but at the time of the game, opponents overall, they are 2-1 against.
I've been waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
I've been waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Live from the Adams Jenkins Center in Jacksonville, Florida, from the campus of Edward Waters University. This is Edward Waters Women's College Basketball. As today, the Edward Waters Tigers, Lady Tigers, take on the Lady Lions of Florida Memorial University from Miami Gardens, Florida. This is A.D. Drew with you. Waiting on my partner, Brian Fulford, who's caught in a little bit of traffic, and he should be joining us in just a couple of minutes. As we get started here for this matchup, Edward Waters comes into this young season 4-0, having 4 impressive victories. The Edward Waters Lady Tigers averaging 89 points per game while giving up only 59.7 points per game over their first 4 contests. This Edward Waters team is a senior-laden team out of their first 5. But Edward Waters also has 2 junior college transfers, along with 2 freshmen that are contributing major time for Edward Waters this particular year. Those players include 5'11" Alexis silver from Winter Park, Florida. Makira Jenkins, a 5'6" guard from Pecoe, Florida. Lishay Henry, a 5'8" guard from Daytona Beach, Florida. And Asia Kelly, a 5'7" guard from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. But we know the names that have made this team great and has led for this team to their second place finish last year in the GCAC. That is that starting five, led by Laquanza Glover and Latera Ransom, along with Mia Leap, Brittany Thompson, and get his time this year, India Searles. And that crew right there has got this Edward Waters Tigers women's team off to a 4-0 start. For our visitors from Miami Gardens, Florida, they're coached by Gregory Stadback, who is in his 5th year at Florida Memorial College, along with Taylor Payne. They've used a different starting lineup in each of their games thus far this year. And once again, they will be using a different starting lineup today. Starting for Florida Memorial will be number 1, Lena Thompson. Number 25, Biori Pickett. Number 0, Arnisha Gamble. Number 12, Danielle Bailey. And number 14, Isis Lane. That group is off to an 0-2 start. They recently played Faulkner University out of Montgomery, Alabama, and were down 15 points with 2 minutes to go and had the ball with an opportunity to tie at the end of the game before losing by a bucket. So what can you expect here today? High-paced action. Florida Memorial is averaging 75 points a game. They're going to need to put a couple extra points on the board to get up with 89 points that Edward Waters is averaging. Defensively, they're giving up 65.7 points per game. So we should have a fast-paced action in this particular game. And now, we're going to get ready for the starting lineups for these two teams. We're going to take a break. We're get ready to have the national anthem, followed by the starting lineups for both these teams. We'll be back in just a moment.
And wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is our classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
I've been waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
We're back here in Duval as we get ready for tonight's ladies matchup. We're just now finishing the starting lineups for Florida Memorial University. Those starters once again: number 0, Ardisha Gamble; number 1, Lena Thompson; number 12, Danielle Bailey; number 14, Isis Lane; and number 25, Biori Pickett. And now for your Edward Waters Tigers. Number 3, LaQuanza Glover, senior, Jacksonville, Florida. Mia Light, guard, 5'7" senior from Queens, New York, Booker T. Washington High School. Laterra Ransom is a 6'2" junior from Jacksonville, Florida, Ribault High School. India Searles, a 6' sophomore from Bradenton, Florida, Lakewood High School. And Brittany Thompson, the 5'5" senior from Kendrick High School in Columbus, Georgia. That is your starting lineup for your Edward Waters Lady Tigers. Head coach Charmaine Wilson in her 9th year at EWC. 130 and 101 at Edward Waters College. Last year, this Edward Waters team went 18-14, 9-7 in conference. They're projected to finish number 2 in the GCAC, along with Dillard also at number 2. Your officials for tonight. Your referee is Cassie Cannett, Melody Rozier, and Christina Carlos. And it looks as if Pickett will be jumping center versus number 32, Searles. Pickett, 5'10", sophomore from Trenton, New Jersey. Searles, 6' sophomore from Bradenton, Florida. As we get ready here for the tip-off, expect a lot of action. Edward Waters is not a great three-point shooting team, They do not defend the three-point shot very, very well. This Florida Memorial team shoots the three at a 35.4% clip. So expect a lot of three-pointers from Florida Memorial, whereas expect a lot of slashing and cutting from the Emma Waters Tigers. As we've just sent both teams back to the bench area for, we're not sure what reason it is that we've just sent both teams back to the bench area. Got an issue over at the table, so we're going to start the game off with a technical foul. Number 23, Brittany Thompson, will shoot the technical, and Emma Waters will start with possession of the ball. And Emma Waters gets a 1-point gift for something being wrong with the books to start the game. Excuse me, jumper center will be number 35, Alexis Seiler. Tap is controlled by Florida Memorial. Gamble's up top. Ball's around at the Gamble. Foul. First foul of the game goes against Mia Light. And Gamble will be at the line for 2. You know, you've got to be able to keep a guard like her out of the lane as she misses the first free throw of the game. And see how quick Emma Waters gets the ball back up the court. And I'll be doggone if she does not get the offensive rebound. You've got to box out the shooter. Great block right there. Forces the turnover. Turnover goes to number 25, Marie Pickett. That block was by number 32, India Searles. Home run ball over to Elite. And a little bit too long as the goal was wide open, but she threw the ball a little bit too long. So obviously she did not play football coming up there. Gamble's a 5'4" junior from Miami, Florida. Over to number 1 Thompson, Lita Thompson. And she slips and falls, leaks on the break. Tries to thread the needle, and out of bounds is going to remain Edward Waters basketball. Can't go with the bounce pass right there. You've got to be able to throw it up. Let the big person catch the ball so that they don't have to put the ball down. Ball swung around to Thompson at the top of the key. Got a little bit of wheel action going on. Ransom with the jump shot. Misses everything. Picked up by Glover. Fouled inside. 2 shots. Fouls against number 1, Lena Thompson. She's a 5'7" freshman from Brunson, Florida. Brunson High School. LaQuaza Glover at the line. 5'9" junior from Reball High School right here in Jacksonville, Florida. Well, it looks like we've got a lid on the rim early in the game. Nobody's been able to hit free throws. We've had 4 free throws go up. Only 1 has gone down thus far in this game. Make that 1 for 5. Rebound by Alexis Seiler. Back a little bit backcourt pressure by Edward Waters, trying to slow down the momentum. Seiler with the rebound into Glover. Steal. As Ransom decides she wanted to make her way over here towards the table. Rebound cleaned up by Glover. Good backcourt, good pressure by the Edward Waters Tigers. Great block there by Searles. Pump fake, another block by Searles. It's a block party, and India Searles is leading the cause. Over to Glover. Into Ransom. Block. Rebound, number 25, Pickett. Subbing into the game for Florida Memorial. Replacing Pickett is going to be number 32, Ashley Gary. Neat over to Glover. Inside the Glover. Took long enough. Rim was decided to be kind. Once again, Edward Waters continues with that backcourt pressure. 3-point attempt. No good. Rebound by Gamble. Pump fake by Bailey. Dribble drive and the score. Got to be able to stay on the ground at that point in time. Glover over the lead. Clean block by Bailey. Out of bounds underneath to Edward Waters. Into the game for the first time is going to be Shaquanza Brown replacing LaQuanza Glover for the Lady Tigers. Browns takes command of the ship. Ball's turned over by Searles. Bucket good by Lena Thompson. Timeout called on the floor. It's going to be a 30-second timeout. We're going to take a quick break right here on the BCSN.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
Not a lot of action here in the first quarter as far as scoring, though. 5-4 Edward Waters, 6:51 remain in the first quarter. Home run ball to Shaquanza Brown. As Edward Waters continues that backcourt pressure. Bailey. Over to Thomas. Back to Bailey. Over to Gamble. You gotta watch this girl. Offensive foul. Beautiful setup by the veteran, Brittany Thompson. That's what you call a senior play right there. And she knew that she was going to be looking to drive and kick, and she just stood there and took it to the chest, like the veteran that she is. And they're going to continue to throw this home run ball, this touchdown pass. Glover has the ball, but steps out of bounds as she tries to go baseline right there on that particular play. Inbounding the ball is Alexis Silver. No, left the back door wide open. Ashley Gary with the assist from Lena Thomas. Glover over to Ransom. Way to run the floor, big girl. Nothing but pressure in the backcourt. Gamble picks up the ball in the corner. Thomas misses the three. Glover with the rebound. She's running the lane. She has Brown on the side. They called the foul. They called the foul on Thomas. Glover will be at the line for two shots. We've got a couple of substitutions into the game for the first time for Edward Waters is number 35, Alex Silver. First shot by Glover. Somebody finally hits a free throw in regulation. Glover goes again for second free throw. Basket is good. Continue with the backcourt pressure. Looks like Edward Waters and players are doing this all day. Ball's picked up by Brown. No doubles. Brown, the veteran, pulls it out. Inside to Silver. 5'11" forward from Orlando, Florida. She'll be at the line for two shots. Returning to the game is Mia Light. As we have a two-shot foul. First shot up. Nobody seems to want to be able to hit free throws on this particular day. And once again, we've got a miss. Ball is picked up by Brown. Inside to Silver. Rebound by Glover. Glover's tenacious on the boards, but she's unable to get anything on that particular play. Great turnover. Oh, it's not turned over. And we've got a shot clock should have been reset on the turnover. Shot clock was not reset, so they're going to reset the shot clock now. Now Florida Memorial puts a little bit of backcourt pressure on the Lady Tigers. But Brown handles that with no problem. That's what you call a solid screen right there. Somebody needs to call and tell her the number of that truck that just hit her right there. Continued backcourt pressure by Edward Waters. Ball's out of bounds. It was number 3, Shanice King, who had the ball, but the ball was knocked out of bounds by number 10, Lexa Bell White. Gamble. Over to Tyrone. Rebound to Brown. Brown takes control of her team, slows the ball down. Oh, great pass. Hit it everywhere you're supposed to hit it. Not supposed to hit it in the hands, I guess. Foul by Brown. Danielle Bailey will be at the line for 2 shots. At the line for 2. Number 12, Danielle Bailey. She's 6 foot. They got her listed as a 6 foot freshman. Excuse me, she's a 5'6" senior from Chicago, Illinois. Nobody's able to hit free throws today. Continue backcourt pressure. Brown continues to handle the pressure. Up, dribbles high against Bailey. Over to lead. Free throw line extended. Siller over to Brown. 3-point attempt. Good. Shaquanza Brown. Steal by Bell White. Leak picks the ball, holds it, waits for a point guard. Brown comes take control of her team. Calls out the play. Over to Leak, free throw line extended. Ransom sets a high screen. Leak with the step through. And one. The hoop and the horn. Isis Lane. Bucket is good. Free throw is good. Once again, Emma Waters continues with the backcourt pressure. Almost had to steal, but I guess she was on the line when she touched the ball. Great head fake. 3-point attempt. It's no good. Picked up by Leak. Over to Brown. Got a little bit of weave action going on up top. Picked up by Brown. Great pass by the guard. Good. Alexis Seiler. Got 5 points here in the first quarter off the bench for the Emma Waters Lady Tigers. Great pass by the big. Brown got caught, overcommitted on the help, had to come back and pick up the foul. At the line for 2, Examar Gonzalez. First free throw attempt is good. Let's watch Emma Waters get out here and make a miss run on their fast break. Second free throw is good. Subs in. Gamble returns to the game for the Lady Lions. No backcourt pressure. They're going to just drop back and play half-court defense. Emma Waters up 19-9 with just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Ball's in the Ransom. Misses the gift right there. Out of bounds. Ball's going to return back to Florida Memorial. And this Emma Waters team is right on pace, averaging 90 points a game, putting up 19 points with 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Almost a steal by Bell White right there. Lena Thomas will inbound the ball. Over to 35, Isis Lane. That's 22, Unique Tate. 15 on the shot clock. Great drive, great finish by Gamble. Brown comes down, once again leads her team. Taps ahead. Over to Lee in the corner. Can't give up the baseline right there. That's just like taking candy from a baby. Isis Lane handles the ball. Great look. Got to be able to finish that. Got to be able to finish that. Ismar Gonzalez picks up, gets the rebound as it is at the line. First free throw is up. Good. Got one remaining free throw as both teams will be in the bonus for the remainder of this first quarter. Second free throw attempt. No good. Rebound. Glover. Brown comes down. Calls for the high screen. Slips the screen. Pulls up. Takes it herself. Money. Over to Thomas. Steal by Lee. Great spin move. With the scoop. Over Isis Lane. That's 5'7" over 6'4" right there, ladies and gentlemen. And this Edward Waters team just will not stop. Unique Tate with that three-point attempt. Indian Sears calls back her guard. 10 seconds remain. Brown's going to hold it for the last shot. 7, 6, 5, 4. She decides to take it herself. Bad decision. I thought the ball was tipped, but it wasn't. 1.6 remain in the first quarter. My partner Brian Fulford will be joining me here as we start the second quarter here. Ball's at half court. Got to recognize how much time is left for the quarter. Speaking of time, we're going to take a timeout right here on the BCSN.
It's like a loop machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loop machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time.
We're back here, second quarter of action. Edward Waters up 25-12. As the referee was in my way, I did not see who scored that basket. Looks like I've got my partner here.
I didn't see it either, A. There's so much going on in this gymnasium right now. I'm still getting my bearings.
That is the great voice of our lead play-by-play man.
No, hey, you're the lead. You're doing the thing right now, man. I'm telling you, I got orange, purple, blue. My eyesight is all over the place right now.
Did you bring your shades?
Hey, I'm just thankful that I can see colors. That's all.
Oh, great block by Searle. Brown has the ball. Pull-up jump shot. Just no.
That's a lost art form right there. The transition pull-up jump shot at the elbow. Most kids would have pulled up at the three-point line, and she shot within her range.
Ball's over to Leak. Inside to Glover. Glover, that's where she lives at, Brian. She likes to live in that paint. We've seen it from her for the last couple of years, Brian.
Well, that's one of those plays where you know your teammate, because she threw that lob, and I was wondering who she was throwing it to because I couldn't really see Glover there. Oh, nice transition finish.
And Lincoln Memorial gets a quick 30-second timeout. We're going to take a 15 right here on the BCSN from Jacksonville, Florida.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
I've been waiting for days to come like this.
Well, Brian, I know you got caught in a little bit of traffic getting over here. So just kind of give you a recap of what we're looking at. You know, this Edward Waters team is averaging almost 90 points per game on the young season as they come in 4-0, giving up only 60 points per game on defense. This Florida Memorial Lions team is averaging 75 points and giving up 65 points on defense. And we see this Edward Waters defense with this full court pressure has really been affecting this Florida Memorial team. Question is, can they keep it up for a full 40 minutes, Brian?
Well, you know, the good thing, well, here's what I can tell you. When I see a team that's unable to sort of pass through the middle of a press, that tells me that's a team that either A, is not working on it enough, or B, their players don't buy into it. You know what I'm saying?
And I missed that, Brian. I had my head. I followed the ball. I made the cardinal mistake of actually following the play right there, Brian.
No, you're all right.
But I think they called a backcourt foul on the pass. You know, we look at this young sophomore here, Shaquanza Brown. We saw a lot of growth from her last year, and she's even gotten even better over the summer from what we've been able to see. And that's just what you call a, lack of a better word, not smart foul. I don't want to use the word stupid foul, but I'll just say it was not an intelligent foul right there on that rebound.
Well, it was followed up. It was followed up by a not so intelligent quick shot. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. But then again, you know, if that's your range, and if the coaches say, hey, we want to get a shot off in the first 8 seconds of the shot clock, well, then I guess that was a good shot.
Well, it must not have been too bad because she's still in the game. And that's what she's in the game for, those hustle plays like that, Brian.
You know, when you play this 2-2-1, it's very important. Most coaches do a great job of weak side dropping to the middle. And I tell you, number 22, she does a great job of dropping into the middle. I mean, as soon as the pass leaves, as soon as she becomes the weak side, she drops to the middle so fast.
Pickett, rebound by number 3, King.
That's hustle.
That's what you call hustle right there, because
hustle.
that was a backcourt if she doesn't touch it.
Good no call right there by the official.
That was Ashley Gary with the, that was India Searles with the putback attempt.
Has anybody clocked Miss Shaquanza Brown? I don't know what her speed is, but she runs like a cheetah.
I bet you coach could tell you if she run her sprints at full speed.
Hey, I'd put her in, I bet she runs a 4.2. Put it like that.
Shots off by Searles. Glover, once again, hanging around the boards. That's what she does.
That was a nice jump hook, just didn't go in for Searles.
Great backdoor cut, great steal right there by Searles. Point guard comes over to get it. Brown comes over to get it. Leads her team inside the Glover. Great strip right there. Stripped by number 0 Gamble, but looks like she was cut under by
25
Pickett. And we've got some substitutions coming in for both teams.
And you said, like you said, when Edward Waters is scoring, if they're scoring 90 points a game, you just saw a great example of what they do in transition. And when you have players that are running in transition, you get easy scoring opportunities like what was there for them on that play.
A great design on the inbounds pass, although they did not score off of it. This Anisha Gamble, she's averaging 11 points per game.
You can't throw cross court.
Once again, never go cross court.
Ooh, she caught her on the wrist on that one. She was maybe a half step slow of getting the block. But again, the speed of Brown. I mean, that was a pass that from one wing to the next. That ball usually gets to that offensive player. Most defenders don't make that steal. That just shows the speed. And she wasn't in help position, AD. She was really a step or two off her man or woman. And for her to be able to have the anticipation to jump out there and get that steal, that was impressive.
First free throw up and good. You know, Brian, you missed most of the first quarter.
I did.
But I think combined between the two teams, we went 2 for 10 on the first quarter at the free throw line, Brian. And we started the game off with the technical foul free throw.
Wow.
So, I'm glad teams have warmed up. They're hitting the free throws in the second quarter. But it was terrible here this first quarter, Brian. Once again, they continue with the backcourt pressure. You know, you got to go with the zigzag. I don't necessarily like going with the zigzag against the press. I like going to the middle, then get the ball to the weak side.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you. It's a little unorthodox, a little different from what I'm used to seeing. But if they can manage to get the ball up court more consistently like that, then I guess it good for them.
I just don't like the passes are too long, Brian.
Oh man,
have too much of an opportunity to get the steal. Be elite with the dribble drive right there, Brian. And that's her game. She's not the best shooter, but she can take that ball to the basket good.
Yeah, she has outstanding ball handling skills.
Shanice King right there on that dribble drive, Brian. And here's Lee once again. And this young sophomore, she just done a great job controlling her team. You know, you would think she's a senior the way she controls that team, Brian. And she hits the shot when she needs to. She doesn't look to score, but she can score.
Hey, it's not like Florida Memorial is not contesting shots. I mean, they're actually doing a great job of contesting shots. Edward Waters is just making them.
Yeah, that's Glover right there. That is her second personal foul.
Yeah, she got caught being a little greedy. She's gonna that sometimes players have to realize when they're in a bad position and sometimes you have to let some plays go, especially when you're behind the ball.
Checking back into the game is number 23, Brittany Thompson, for the first time in this quarter. And Brittany Thompson is actually the starting point guard for this team, but she yields to Brown a lot of times when they're in the game together. Three-point attempt by Belle White, no good. Bea Knight picks up a backcourt foul. That's an unnecessary backcourt foul right there, Brian. Now you're at the spot where you can set the team up to get the bonus. You don't want to let this Florida Memorial team get into the bonus, because being down 23 points in the second quarter, that's an easy way to get back into the game without a lot of time coming off the clock.
Yeah, those cross-court passes, man, those are so dangerous.
And Edward Waters has picked off their fair share of those passes.
Oh, yeah.
Great help defense right there by Brown. And then she recovers and gets back to her own man.
You know, you can always look. That was a situation. If you're strong with your left-hand dribble, you could have gone left-hand drive.
Belle White on the shot, cleaned up by number 20, Latera Ransom.
And I'm talking about Christian Williams, number 35 for Florida Memorial. If she felt confident. My mistake. 35. Isis Lane. Thank you. Looking at the men's. Apologies to Miss Lane on that one.
Great drive by Ransom, but she's got to be able to finish that. You know, when I play point guard, I would hate when somebody messed up my assist like that, Brian. Great block by Lee.
Got a second one.
Protecting the third
There's
one.
a third
That's
block.
That's a fourth block. Well, the guards are starting the block party off right here. Now they're going to get off to the races. Over to Belle White.
Oh, you got to love the transition threes. They're great when they go in, but when they don't go in, it's a missed opportunity, missed scoring opportunity.
I mean, sometimes you just got to do it the old-fashioned way. Just take it to the bucket, Brian. Brittany Howard on the turnaround jump shot. Here we go, off to the races.
The team is setting in for Florida Memorial right now. Yep, good timeout by the coach.
And speaking of timeouts, Brian, how about you and I take one from Jacksonville, Florida, right here on the BCSN.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
We're back here in Jacksonville, Florida. Duke Bowl. Edward Waters Lady Tigers, Florida Memorial Lady Lions. 3 minutes remain in the second quarter, and Brian, I wonder what they give out if the whole team gets 100. Do they give out tacos or fish sandwiches? You know, Popeyes is next door. Do they give out one of those Popeyes chicken sandwiches?
Well, I can tell you, no, they're not giving out any free chicken sandwiches. That's not happening.
Oh, man, we got to get something for them.
Maybe $1 off coupon for a chicken sandwich.
Well, I'll take it.
Get it $1, 100 pennies. Maybe that's what you'll get.
Well, you know, Popeyes tends to be out of chicken sandwiches all the time, so.
Yeah. That's what I hear.
Yeah. 41-14, 2:53 remain in the second quarter. Brittany Thompson jumps and tries to harass. And if Ransom turns around, she has to steal right there. Great drive by Isis Lane right there.
Now, see, there's a big difference. You saw her going right and how strong and confident she was going to her right. Take that maybe a minute ago when she had the ball at the left elbow and she could have drove left, but instead she didn't show the confidence, not like that. So if I'm Edward Waters, every time she gets the ball, I'm playing her to her left.
Lee 6 seconds, 5 on the shot clock. So what, Brian? I'm just going to let it run down, and I'm going to knock down the 3.
Hey, that was a good contest right there. She got to look up the sideline. Now, see, on that sideline, there's a man right there. Nice shot.
Rebound by Thompson. Brown's in the right lane. Back to Bell White. 3-point attempt. That's what you call transition basketball right there, Brian.
Well, transition defense is so big, and there's another steal opportunity. Deflection.
Neat said, I'm going to take it myself.
Oh, yeah.
They are feeling it, Brian.
That was a heat check right there. That was a heat check.
There's
another one.
There's another steal. The only thing I would say about that is you got to use the backboard on that, Brian. She went with the finger roll. Gina Thompson. Over to Brown. Look at the point guard.
She stuttered step.
A little bit too much. Point guard trying to do the right thing, trying to get the dive.
I'll tell you what, AD, at the pace that Florida Memorial is being pushed, they need to have subs coming in every minute. Because I'm watching some girls right now, they just don't have the energy and the strength right now to get back in transition defense.
Isaac Kelly into the game. 5'7" freshman, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Woo, nice shot.
Isis Lane, for a 6'4" to be able to step out and hit that, Brian, that's got to be big. We're under 1 minute to go in the second quarter. 52-19. Edward Waters Lady Tigers lead. They're running a little bit of wheel action up top, Brian. Brown gets into the lane, distances it off. Edward Waters really should have about 65 points. They've missed a lot of gimmies in this game, Brian.
You can't throw.
Great steal by Thompson. Hey! My bad, y'all. Everything was heading towards us over here at the table.
You can't throw cross-court passes. That has to be rule number 1 going up on the whiteboard by Coach Standback for Florida Memorial. No more cross-court passes.
Cut the court in half.
Short and quick, attack the middle with the passes.
High screen roll, but Ransom over to Brown, over to Ransom. Florida Memorial can run the clock out here.
She needs some help. Somebody's got to come help her.
Gamble. Over the lane.
There she is, going to her right. That's what she does best. I told her every time. Now, see, that's
5 seconds remain. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Bell White.
Oh, nice
block.
block.
And your halftime score. Edward Waters, 52. Florida Memorial, 21. And we'll be back in a few moments.
Is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious and healthy tea blends to the community. Vitamins and antioxidants, we work with blends of exotic spices and foods, scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loop machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loop machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
Waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
The real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it, and that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Okay, that was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, I knew that these black colleges were going to benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
The real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it, and that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Mm-hmm. Okay? That was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, I knew that these black colleges were gonna benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
The Creole Seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole Seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is our classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
I've been waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
like a loot machine. All around town, people try to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
And first thing,
I number of Florida Memorial has turned the ball over 19 times in this first half. 19. Edward Waters scores 15 steals.
And those are live ball turnovers.
Right. So, I mean, basically what that's telling you is it's not that Florida Memorial is having a lot of unforced turnovers. Those are legitimate forced turnovers by Edward Waters. You know what I'm saying? And then the second thing I went and looked at is the number of assists to field goals. Edward Waters is doing a great job of passing the ball to one another. 14 assists in the first half with 21 made field goals. That's pretty impressive.
One other thing that I look at, and I brought up the three-point stat, Brian. Florida Memorial. They're shooting 9% 3 points, 1 of 11, and they're only shooting 28% from the field total. So
yeah, they might want to get off that 3-point line right now.
Not only are you turning the ball over, but you're not shooting the ball well to top it off.
No,
Brian.
not at all, not at all.
All right, both starting lineups are back out here to start the second half of this game, Brian. Once again, you let this girl go right. Isis Lane goes right better than anybody. Force her left. Glover on the rebound. Glover, that is rebound number 7 for her, Brian. And she's quietly working on a double-double here tonight, Brian.
I think it'll be interesting to see, does Edward Waters still come out with the same kind of offensive intensity?
India Searles pass her own rebound instead. Misses the first time, gets her own rebound and puts it back up, Brian. Three-point attempt by Bailey, no good.
And another bad part about
rebound number 8 for Glover.
When you shoot threes and miss threes, you get long rebounds, which really means the other team is going the other way quickly.
Ooh, questionable call right there, Brian.
Got her with a little body.
Got her with a little body. You know, probably a good job of selling it also by Bailey right there, Brian.
And when you're up by 23, you know, there's not much room in the officials' eyes, I'm sure.
Yeah, we may let you get beat on the court, but we're not going to let you get beat up, too. First free throw is up and good. You know, Florida Memorial, the shot 4 for 8 in the first half on the free throw line, Brian, and you got to get more than 8 attempts if we're going to get back into this ball game.
8 free throw attempts and 8 field goal attempts, huh?
Wow.
That's a tough first half.
8 field goals made. You're correct, Brian. Well, we started off 2 for 2 in the second half, Brian. That's a much better start than we had to start the game.
Be interesting to see Florida Memorial if they can put a little full court pressure on EWC. I'm not quite sure if that's the best game plan, but they're going to give it a try. Anything that's going to maybe force a turnover or two and get them back in the ball game is definitely worth trying.
You know, teams that press do not like to be pressed, Brian.
Which I find is an odd strategy because I would imagine you work on that in practice. I want to be pressed because I have a press break. You know what I'm saying? If we press you, I bet you what, guess what? We're working on our press break at the same time that we're getting pressed. So
there's a dead ball turnover for a change, Brian, instead of a live ball turnover. As the ball bounced off of number 12, Danielle Bailey.
Oh, that's unacceptable. That should never happen. That's just somebody not being aware of where every player on the court is.
Yes, she did. She did the wobble before she did the wiggle. Now, this is just a basic man-to-man pressure, trying to get Emma Watson to take some time off of the shot clock and not let them get into the rhythm. Searles. You leave me wide open for 15 feet. I can still hit that with the also, Brian.
You know, somebody's got to guard her. Sideline, now look middle. Nope, nobody in the middle to come help.
Pass it back.
Turnover every time. Oh, nice pass. Yeah, so if the coaching staff of Florida Memorial drew up a plan at halftime, already the players.
Great block there by 24 Tyrone. That's Anjanelle Tyrone. And Brian, there's a new rule in women's college basketball this year. I don't know if you're aware of it. We're going to bring in the subs before the first free throw and after the final free throw, not between free throws 1 and 2, as we have grown accustomed for so many years. What do you think about that?
Now, is that in all free throw situations?
All free throw situations in women's college basketball, Brian.
So in the past, it used to be that situation would only occur on 1-and-1s.
Oh, yes.
So now, so even when they're shooting 2.
No, but you don't sub between free throw 1 and free throw 2 anymore.
You know what? That's a good move because it is sort of distracting. It's a strategy I as a coach would use when someone's shooting 2 because it takes the free throw shooter out of a rhythm.
And part of it is to speed up time also because you've got the referee over there reporting the foul. While he's at the table, might as well get the subs in. Great look by Glover. Searles.
Well, number 1, Yelena Thomas for Florida Memorial. She had her back turned to the play and could never see the ball. Rule number 1, defenders always see the ball.
That's unique Tate right there. Thomas.
Lost control. She never had control of it and couldn't get that ball to her teammate who was open.
Massive changes. Gamble's taking the ball out for Florida Memorial. Give it to her. She's open. Now you missed her.
Nice finish inside. Little pressure on the ball there.
That was number 32, Ashley Gary. Brittany Thompson handles the ball for the EWC Tigers. High screen, gets able to dribble down the middle. Does everything but make the shot right there, Brian. Danielle Bailey comes out.
Got numbers, missed her. Nice finish. I thought she had missed her there.
Nice pass from Lane to Gary.
You know, she dribbled that ball, AD, and I was pretty sure she had missed her. Oh, got the foul from behind. You know, AD, that's another thing that you watch young players do. When that ball was in the corner being held by Lane, if her first instinct was to just hold the ball in triple threat instead of putting the ball on the floor, she hits her teammate in a better position. I mean, her teammate still scored the bucket, but she doesn't have to make such an acrobatic move to score.
And now, let's get this straight. Lane was open, and Lane had the shot, but she passed it to her teammate with a better shot.
Right. But my point was, my point was just the timing of the play, though.
Yes.
I mean, you know, she took a dribble and didn't need to take a dribble. She'd have just held the ball and passed it on first instinct. That, you know, makes an easier play.
Looks like free throw shooting in the second half is better than the first half, Brian. Ransom knocks down the first one. Oh, I just jinxed us, Brian.
Oh, okay. Got close to that's an unnecessary foul there by 22.
Yeah, that's Shaquana Brown. Shaquanza Brown. Miss Brown, you got to know that you're 5'2" and that she's 6'4". Great pass. You know, I've been very impressed by this Isis Lane. You know, she's coming in averaging 15 points, 7.3 rebounds.
She's pretty good going to her right.
Yeah. You know, she's only averaging 1 assist, but she can pass the ball pretty doggone good, Brian. But just as good as she can pass it, that girl can score it right there, Brian.
Hey, give some credit to the passer on that one. That was a great pass.
And she's put up 20 thus far with 5:26 remaining in the third quarter, Brian. And you missed it in the first half. They hit in Florida Memorial 3 consecutive times with that home run pass on their press break, Brian. So Florida Memorial did not make the adjustment, it seems like.
Good defense by Edward Waters, making the commitment to not let the ball into the lane, and as soon as I say that, they give up a drive.
Steal by Bailey. Woo!
Whoa.
I don't care if that's an offensive foul or a charge. You still felt that no matter what. They called the block. And you can't even blame your teammates, because that same young lady ran into a pick in the first quarter and ran into Siler on a pick. That was her fault that time.
Yeah, well, you know, and the unfortunate part about that is number 35, Alexis Siler. I mean, she held her ground. I mean, she didn't move. You shouldn't be penalized because the other person runs into you and falls over.
I think she stuck a little bit of a hip out.
That's a charge.
Now that's a charge right there.
Oh, that's a bad no call. Bad no call.
And I think the referee got caught ball watching instead of staying with the secondary defender.
Oh, that's a nice pass up court. Good follow.
And only Brown would have been able to catch up with that ball to get it on the glass so that Ransom could follow, because that pass was thrown away, Brian. That's backcourt. And they got it.
They do such a great job. Edward Waters, they do a great job of passing. And I mean, you have to, again, to have the level of success that they have. You said they're averaging 90 points a game. That happens in transition with great passing.
And we're going to take a timeout right here. We've got a full timeout. 68-27.
The reason why I went after Comcast and Charter It didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs. And Comcast did not accept it. And that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges.
Absolutely.
And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Okay? That was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, all right? I knew that these black colleges.
68-27. 4 minutes, 14 seconds remain here in the third quarter. And Brian, you're down 41 points. What do you say to the coach during that timeout? What is that as a coach? What do you say to your players during that timeout?
Again, I'm still looking for consistency. I never stop preaching about consistency. Right now, let's improve. I mean, we only scored, and I'm speaking as if I'm Florida Memorial's coach, we scored 9 points in the second quarter. We've scored 6 right now in the third quarter. Let's see, can we double it up? Let's get to 12, 13 points. We're just looking for consistent play on both ends of the floor and limit the turnovers.
Now your coach Charmaine Wilson over there. What are you telling your crew? You're up 41.
Well, I have a feeling, and a lot of this is the second unit now. These are the second unit ladies. So she's going to be hard on them just as she was with the starters.
Answer for 3.
And she wants to see the same type of pressure, intensity, communication, and great passing on offense that she got from the first unit, from this second unit, because that's how you build a truly strong team. Your second team has to be, if not as good, but sometimes a little bit hungrier than your starters. A team is only as good as its weakest link. So don't be a weak link. Don't be the last player.
Ransom. Rebound, Bell White. No.
A lot of reaching instead of just getting down on the floor after the ball.
Got to get on the floor. And way to hustle by Florida Memorial, even though you're down 41. 3 ball. No good. Bailey with the rebound. Runs into that brick wall again.
Well, and see,
she has to keep her hands vertical. She dropped her hand.
If I'm Coach Wilson right now, what I've seen is a lack of players boxing out. A lot of people standing around watching. And that'll happen sometimes when you're up 41. And so she's either going to start bringing in back her starters because she doesn't like the effort that she's seen, or eventually she's going to get in some people's rear coming up at the next timeout, I'm sure.
First free throw is no good. And that noise that you hear, the thunder sticks that they gave out to start this game, Brian.
Good pressure defense up top.
That's Gamble. Oh, we got a couple bodies on the floor. Nothing dirty, nothing malicious. Just some good, hard basketball right there, Brian.
Well, I'll tell you, one thing Florida Memorial will be doing the next time they're in the gym, and hey, it may be tomorrow, is to get out the shooting gun and get some shots up from beyond the three-point arc.
That's another home run ball. First time it's been incomplete, Brian. And then we compound that with the foul. That's Lachey Henry.
And see, that's an unforced turnover, and you've got to start asking yourself, why are we throwing that pass?
Henry is a freshman from Daytona Beach, Florida. You know, Coach Charmaine Wilson has brought in 4 new players this year, 2 JUCO transfers and 2 freshmen, Brian. So this is a good game for them to try to get that chemistry and get used to the system of Coach Wilson. Second free throw is up and good. Ransom looks on the inbound. Thompson's going to take it herself. Coming up the left sideline over to Bell White.
Maybe a little bounce pass there. That's a textbook 2-on-1 break. Instead of trying to pass over the top, pull that defender in and make a nice bounce pass.
And that was Asia Kelly that she was trying to pass the ball to. And we've got a foul. Looks like she can fight through the screen.
Well, she was trying to get through number 35, Alexis Seiler, and that's not going to happen.
Not too easy.
Now, Seiler has to be careful because she did a little leaning on that one.
Got Bell White pinned in the corner. She gets out of it. Over to Seiler. Ransom back up top to Thompson. Over to the freshman, Asia Kelly. 5'7", Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Trying to find her way and trying to find a role to get some extra minutes on this team. Bailey's got to be able to hit that shot right there. Way to clean it up by number 32, Ashley Gary.
I was watching Kelly, the freshman. She got caught standing around in the middle of the lane and not checking up on a blue jersey. Now, I'm sure that's something that's going to come out in the film as the coaches show that to her and say, hey, look, you're standing around in the middle of the lane instead of finding a body to box out on. Not acceptable.
And my bad, that was Ishmael Gomez on the cleanup back there on the previous play. Drive by Thompson.
Nice job by Seiler to get in there and get that rebound, and now it looks like she'll get to the free throw line.
Great block there by King, but she was unable to secure it as Seiler was able to get that rebound there, Brian.
Now, one thing, AD, I noticed on that drive by number 23, Brittany Thompson, she drove left, but then she put up the shot with her right.
Which is what allowed Shanice King to get the block. If she puts it up with her left,
she scores the bucket. She scores the bucket.
Yeah, she's probably at the line shooting too.
Well, yeah, but she would at least scored the bucket, I think, because she had her defender beat.
And it's called what fundamentals? Fundamentals. And they're not fun as you're learning them, Brian. Free throw rolls continue for both of these teams, Brian. And that's very unacceptable. You know.
Well, that's somebody that's now Thompson is she's the deepest person. And for some reason, she never checked up and did a head count. And really nobody from the bench made her aware that, hey, there's somebody back there. Now, again, there's a lot of colors going in here. So dark blue with what Florida Monroe's wearing. She could have easily have faded into the background, and you may have never seen her. I lost her. I sure as heck didn't see her.
I think what that is, I think Thompson is supposed to be up on the press, but she wound up being the back man on the free throw, and she's probably trying to sneak up to get to her position on the press instead of being back where she was
well then
worried about.
See, I always like to say, if Seiler is the one who's deep back on the press and she's at the line, somebody has to fill her spot until
she gets there.
She gets back.
Right, and you never want that to be the guard who's supposed to be on your front line.
Well, yeah, so, I mean, you got to go with the next forward, the next line of defense, which is probably a forward.
Shot. Bell White with the rebound. Got a collision over in the corner. And it looks like Bell White stepped out of bounds. You know, we talked about this during the tournament, Brian, and here's another example. There's some kid around here who deserves a hot dog. Let that kid get out there and clean their floor after those bodies are on the floor instead of having the referees get the towel and clean the floor, Brian.
You're speaking as someone who's a referee of games who he himself has to sometimes clean that spot up. Is that where that's coming from?
I just want to see kids get more action in the game.
Okay, AD for the kids, right?
Gonzalez with the cleanup. That's 2 blocks right there on that play by Cyril.
Look at that, wide open.
Wide open. You call that snowbird or you call that cherry picking?
Well, I call that bad transition defense because honestly, on the first shot attempt, she started getting back. which is what she's supposed to do.
The block over there by Ransom.
See, Edward Waters always has at least a player
leaking out.
And, you know, Florida Memorial has to recognize that. Somebody on that bench, the coaches or even the teammates, somebody has to make somebody aware of that.
Thompson.
That's a little that got to stay on your feet. Not a fan of these cross-court long passes being thrown.
I'm not a fan of that jump shot Thompson took either, Brian. Finally, Florida Memorial hits a jump shot. That's only their second three-pointer of the day, I do believe, Brian. And that was Shanice King on that one, Brian. And that's the end of the third quarter. Your score, 72-34, Edward Waters. And we'll be back after this brief message.
The real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it. And that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Mm-hmm. Okay, that was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, right? I knew that these black colleges were gonna benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
The Creole Seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole Seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is our classic Atlanta song.
72-34, Brian, to start this fourth quarter. Brian, we've really only got two questions we've got to answer this one. Number one is, will Edward Waters get to 100? Number two, how much longer will the starters play? Your opinion, Brian.
I'm going to say no to the first one. We will not see 100. Probably get to about 95, 94. And I would think the starters, is this mostly the starters here? I think they'll probably get about 3 minutes.
You've got 4v5 starters, but
yeah, I think
Shaquanza Brown plays starters minutes coming off the bench.
Yeah, I think they'll probably get maybe about 3 minutes a run here, and then we'll probably see the bench the rest of the way.
Great steal. Way to open up the fourth quarter. As 32, Ashley Gary gets on the floor. That's King. For the Memorial ball bounced off of Searles. And I don't know why she didn't give it to her in the post, Brian. She was wide open.
Oh, that's too easy.
4 seconds remain on the shot clock, Brian. Got to have a quick hitter right here, Brian. What do you go with, Coach?
You got to drop your best, go up with your best inbound play right now. Should be no more than 2 passes before a shot goes up.
Great shot clock awareness. That's just getting out hustled right there. Smart play by Ransom to pull it out. Give it to your floor general. Let her lead the way.
Yeah, I don't know if I think she looked like she slipped more so than anything as she went up. I don't think the body on the block is what caught her there. And it also looked like she kind of fell on her back.
I guarantee you she's going to be done for the day after this play. They'll see if she can hit those free throws. They're checking for a concussion right now, it appears. As the trainer has her over there, we're going through, what's your name, what's today,
well,
what's your birthday, all that basic stuff to make sure that she doesn't have concussion, because that's the number one concern right now is
but again, I don't think she hit her head. She didn't hit her head. She hit it's either her arms or the back, or her back is what, hit the ground.
Right.
Thankfully, she didn't hit her back, or hit her head, I should say.
And Brittany Thompson, the starting point guard, comes in and replaces her and knocks down a free throw. Brian, I know this is a trick that you used to do if you knew that wasn't a good free throw shooter. You tell them to stay on the ground so you get that good free throw shooter in the game and shoot free throws for them. Ain't that right, brother?
Or look, as the coach, all you got to do is go out there and check on your player, and then that way you got an instant sub.
But in this case, both of them were good. Both of them were 75, 76% free throw shooters. I'm amazed, Brian. That's our first tie-up of the game right here, and we're 8 minutes, 31 seconds remaining in the ball game.
Usually takes either two teams of equal spirit, or two teams that are too loose and carefree with the ball. We don't have that case here. This has clearly been a one-sided affair, with one team out-hustling the other in most plays.
That's Bailey on the jump shot.
Oh, that's a nice rebound.
Clean up by Gonzalez. It's Gonzalez and Cyril battling for it. And just like that, Brian, we have our second jump ball of the day.
See, you spoke it into existence, AD.
And
then there's number 2.
That's a travel. That's a violation.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think she can move right there.
Yeah, you can't move.
Not on a dead ball.
Checking back into the game is Arnisha Gamble. Gamble is the second leading scorer on this Florida Memorial team, Brian. She only has 2 points today.
Now, do you think that's a product of who's been guarding her, or maybe...
Great drive, excuse me not to cut you off, great drive there by Gonzalez on the dish by Gamble. Go ahead with your comment, Brian.
Well, I was saying, do you think that's a product of who has been guarding her, or what she's had to do on the defensive end to sort of stay in this ball game or keep her team in this ball game?
I think it's a result of the pressure. The ball's been forced out of her hand because of the turnovers and the pressure that this Edward Waters team has been putting on them. And being a ball handler, you've got to get the ball up, and so she's not getting the ball back in scoring position. Thompson has got to be able to finish that little teardrop right there, Brian.
Yeah, she went with a floater instead of a shot. She made a nice move. It should have been a pull-up jump shot. Instead, she went with a pull-up floater.
Looks like we got away with a travel right there. Number 32, Gary, decided to pull this for the 3. Great rebound there. The lid is on the basket. Oh, we got bodies. Brown returns to the game, replacing Thompson.
that's the third one we've had, AD. So
I guess we're going to catch up in the fourth quarter.
Exactly. It looks that way, right? I'm amazed that Edward Waters has allowed Lane, Florida Memorial, to go right so many times.
I guarantee you when they get the film and they return to Miami Gardens, Florida for the rematch, they will not let her go right.
Well, yeah, because – but, you know, it's little details like that in a game – I always wonder whether coaches or whoever is on the bench, if they see those little things. Obviously, your head coach may not see everything. You know, Coach Wilson may not have seen that, but that's where I feel like your assistant coaches come into play. You know, what little details do they see during the game? And obviously, Lane is their most dynamic player. So my attention would have to be focused in on her all the time.
Yes. We're going to stay right here doing this 30-second timeout, Brian. Florida Memorial has only scored 2 points. No, excuse me. Edward Waters has only scored 2 points thus far in this fourth quarter.
Well,
are you just trying to work through some sets right now? Or you try to keep the intensity going, Brian, and just try to put your foot on their throat?
Well, you're up 33. Look, what I say, 3-minute mark. I guarantee here in the next minute, you know, coach probably told them, the starters, you got about another minute before I'm gonna pull you off the floor for this game. The good thing, thankfully, we have a shot clock, so it's not like you're going to be able to run a delay. You got to actually run a play and try to score.
I think that's the most she's used her left hand all day, Brian.
That one dribble?
She got 2 in a row.
Oh, did she really? She looked Woo! Nice block.
That was India Searles with the block. As the DJ plays hail to the no in response to that block right there, Brian. And on the maestro over there is none other than the SID, Mr. Joshua Jackson, the voice of Edward Waters football, and you will be able to hear him along with my partner Brian Fulford tomorrow as they take on the Savannah State Tigers beginning at 3 p.m., Brian.
Josh does it all, doesn't he?
Josh is just a jack of all trades. I wonder what he's a master of, though, Brian. You know, they say jack of all trades, master of none, but I'm not going to take that away from Josh right there. Ashley Gary for 3.
I was going to say something, but I'm not. I'm going to stop. I'm going to catch myself.
Because I know at some point in time, Josh is going to go back and listen to this broadcast right here.
Right, exactly.
Hey, speaking of football, Brian, you know, Florida Memorial is bringing back their football program next year.
Yeah.
And, you know, how important do you think that is for this Florida Memorial team, Brian?
Well, given the fact that they are a program that once had football, and they're located
about 3 generations ago, though, Brian.
Well, but there are still graduates who still remember, and so you know they may be older, they may be in their 60s, but they still remember football. And then secondly, South Florida they're just players all over the place. So if you can provide an opportunity for young players and trust me, another thing is you got a lot of guys who may leave and they realize that going to far off lands, because you know everybody recruits South Florida, everybody recruits Florida, they go off and they'll realize after a year or two, this cold weather or wherever I'm at is not for me. I got an opportunity to come back and play around or play near my friends and family. They'll take that. So I imagine there'll be a program full of maybe upper class second, third-year graduate transfers in their early years. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, and also you've got the Fighting Lane Kiffins, as I call them, down in that neck of the woods, along with the youth. So maybe they'll get a cast off or two from those schools also.
Very likely, somebody who maybe is not cutting the mustard, so to speak, in school maybe or otherwise.
Into the game now for Edward Waters is Alexis Seiler. We got the referee coming over.
Yeah, I thought this process was supposed to be quicker. It looks slower for some reason.
We've got something going on where they had to check something. So, Brian, while we're sitting up here with a little bit of dead air, give us a little bit of preview of tomorrow's football game. What are you expecting to see between Savannah State and Edward Waters?
Well, it's been a great season for Savannah State. Their first winning season since 1998. They are as I dub them, the Georgia HBC, the mythical Georgia HBCU football state champions, as they have beaten every school in the state of Georgia, HBCU Division II school, and they've won every game played in the state of Georgia. So that might be the one thing working in their favor, for Edward Waters' favor, is that they actually are forcing Savannah State, they're getting them on the road. But no, I'm interested to see how Edward Waters deals with the shotgun triple option that Savannah State runs. I mean, just last week they had two players rush for over 145 and 148 yards. Two players. I mean, they have put up some outstanding numbers this year. They don't pass a lot, but the pass is really a product of the run. So it'll really be interesting to see defensively how how Edward Waters deals with the running game.
And for Coach Sean Quinn, you've got a feel for him. They probably weren't expected to do what they did this year. You hope that you do, but you probably weren't realistically expected it. And now you don't have a chance to play for the Eastern Championship.
I disagree with you on that. Remember, I talked to him during Media Day in July. He knew what he was bringing. He knew that the triple option was going to be different. He knew it was going to be something that the conference doesn't have. I actually felt like Savannah State was going to be a dark horse team, and the fact that they were picked last really, that was more so probably a product of people not really knowing what they were going to see. And, I think when you play against an offense that you've never seen on any kind of consistent level, and all they have to do is execute, and that was the big thing. Would the players be able to execute? And I think real early in the season, those first couple weeks, they realized that, oh yeah, we got something. And then they just carried that on into the year. And the crazy part is, AD, they lost a couple of games that really they gave away. I mean, they have 3 losses. They were really only beaten in one of those games, and that was to Alcorn. They sort of gave away or gave back the other 2 games.
I disagree with that foul call right there. I thought that the girl just lost her footing, and that should have been called a travel. 78-43, 4 minutes, 12 seconds remain in the ball game. Edward Waters is up 35 points at this point in time. Well, Brian, does not look like we're going to get to that century mark that we were talking about.
Hey, anything's possible, AD. We're only 12 points away.
22, Brian. 12 from the average, 22 from the Century.
No, we said the 90, right? They got 78. That's 12 points.
I said the Century.
I said 90.
Yeah, you're 12 from yours.
No.
We're 22 from mine.
Well, I told you yours wasn't happening. I told you we wouldn't get to 100. Dive. Oh, man, I've been waiting on a dive. Look at that. Loose ball. And look, what I tell you, just like that. And see, the reason they'll get back in this game because 22 is on the floor right now. Look, she rebounds, she hustles, she passes. She's the quickest thing on the floor right now, AD. Look at that. 4 points in 15 seconds, AD. Come on now. Come on now. Nice defense.
And what you have right now is the players who don't get a whole lot of time try to impress coach so they can get some burn in some significant point in times in the game.
They better. You know, these young ladies work just as hard in practice as the starters.
Yeah.
And so that's why the coaches, and because you never know, each one of these young ladies is one injury away to a starter to being thrust into the ball game. That's how close it is. One injury that can put a teammate out for a week or several weeks or God forbid, a month. And next minute, you know, you're the one that's being called on. So you have to use these moments to be prepared and be ready.
And with only 11 players on your roster, you're absolutely right. You have to have everybody ready, whereas some teams go 14, 15 deep.
And Coach Wilson, and she's gonna call a set here. Ooh, that's a charge.
You know, Brian, look at it here. This week, this is a big week in Division II football, Brian, especially in the CIAA and the SIAC, where we've got teams that are playing for their playoff lives. Brian will go to the line for two. You know, Bowie State sitting at number 3 in the CIAA playoff, Brian. Virginia State, Virginia Union play each other. The winner probably gets in. The loser probably goes home. In the SIAC, you've got the Fountain City Classic, Albany State and Fort Valley playing each other. The winner will win the East. And then you've got Tuskegee's homecoming where Tuskegee hosts Biles, and the winner will win the West. Just real briefly, Brian, just quickly on the football over in Division II.
I'm sorry, Eddie. I got a little distracted. I'm watching I love how the officials, even in a blowout, are still officiating to the letter of the law, sort of admonishing one of the cheerleaders from Edward Waters, telling him to stay back and off the court, even as he does his jumps on the made free throw. You know, it's like she's like, no, stay back.
There you go.
I'm sorry. You're. Oh. Make sure everybody's all right.
And the floor just stopped shaking for the collision for those two big girls right there, Brian.
That's a great play by Miss Seiler. Great play.
And I meant no disrespect by that, but those are the 2 5s on the floor, Brian.
Hey, give some credit to number 33, Gonzalez. For even making the effort to go down there into the lane. No fear.
Great sneak from behind by Lachey Henry.
Oh,
touchdown pass.
What a throw.
And if I'm Brian, I'm mad because somebody just messed up my assist. Look up, look up, look up.
I don't know. got to work on that drop step there. Got to.
She had to spin to the left if she has a left hand. There's no call on that one.
Siler looked at her. She like, no, you're not coming through here with that.
No. Brittany Howard was looking for the call. There's no call.
Substitution, just a substitution timeout. I'll tell you what, AD, I'll be interested to see in the conference who turns out to be the favorites for sixth woman of the year. I don't know if it's sixth man or sixth woman of the year, but I'll tell you, Miss Brown for Edward Waters will be a heavy contender because she's a difference maker when she comes off the bench.
Checking into the game for the first time for Edward Waters is Makira Jenkins, number 4, and Latera, no, excuse me, that's not Latera Ransom. That is
3 points away from 90, AD. I tell you what, I'd be upset if we were getting $1 off chicken sandwich coupons though, because they should have had 100. But if 90 gets you a free Subway sandwich, then this crowd should go crazy. And if you're a business, shame on you for not having a promotion of 90-point-plus promotion. You should get in here, over here to these Edward Waters Lady Tigers games and be offering up some type of promotion when they score 90. Subway, hello, Domino's. These are college students, man. You
got Checkers right down the road, Popeyes, Burger King, somebody.
Yeah, all these businesses up and down the road here on King Road, King Avenue?
Kings Road.
Kings Road, yeah. These businesses step up. You got Burger King, Subway, Checkers, and Popeyes, all right here on this road. Oh, they're on campus. Excuse me, Roy Evans tells me.
As Gonzalez has fouled out the game for Florida Memorial, Brian. Checking into the game for the first time is going to be Toriana McDuffie. 6'3" junior for Miami Gardens, Florida, right there in the hometown.
Whoa. Slow down there, Miss Kelly. She shot that one. She's just a little too excited there on that one.
Hey, you got 10 seconds.
Yeah, her teammates are like, whoa, slow down. You don't have to push that one so hard, baby. She'll make this one right here. Ooh. Okay, looking at the laughs from the sideline. Ooh, she's gonna catch it from her teammates on that one. But she makes a good play, though, defensively, though.
Well, they're going to go back and they're going to watch this last minute or so on the BCS end, and they're going to talk about her, Brian.
Okay, because I was going to say, they're not going to watch this last minute in the film room, I'll tell you that.
No. They're going to go back on their social media, on YouTube, on the BCSN network, and watch this. Great play. Does this girl know how to not hustle, Brian?
No, hustling is – look, this was a great find by Cole. I don't know where she found this young woman in Daytona Beach, and I'm going to tell you, the schools out – I'm not going to name no names, but the schools in Daytona Beach, you slipped and you lost one right here. Just a great recruiting job because this young lady, she's special.
And probably her size has something to do with it, Brian. I mean, she's only 5'2", Brian, and she may be 115 pounds if we're lucky. But you can't coach hard. You can't teach speed.
No. Well, but see, I always said the thing about small players in size in basketball, if they know how to use their size, they are some of the most dangerous players on the floor because most tall players don't want to deal with them. So they inherently have an advantage. And as long as she stays out of the paint and in bad situations, going to the bucket, she'll always have the advantage. Well, I don't
Brittany
think
Howell for 3.
I don't think we're going to get the 90, AD.
No, I think they're going to dribble it out.
We both lose.
Good sportsmanship. They're going to dribble it out. Unique Taylor on the defense. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. And that's a winner, folks. Your final score, Edward Waters, 87. Florida Memorial, 48. And we're going to take a brief pause for the call right here from Jacksonville, Florida.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
For you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loot machine. Going around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
The real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it, and that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Okay, that was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, right? I knew that these black colleges were going to benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
All right, we're back here in Jacksonville, Florida. Joining us now on the broadcast is Edward Waters women's head coach, Charmaine Wilson, 5-0 on the young season. First reaction after the victory, Coach Wilson.
It's making history once again, and I'm just so happy and so humble to be a part of this history making. I've been the first coach to get 20-plus wins about 4 or 5 years ago. Then I did it 3 years in a row. And now this, it's just amazing. First reaction, just humble, blessed, very blessed.
Yeah, and you know, you got over 125 victories in your career here. but this season is a little bit of a different team. You've got experienced starters. First two people off the bench are experienced players, but then you've got a lot of new people also on this team. You've got two JUCOs playing a lot of minutes and two freshmen that are getting significant minutes. Just kind of talk about try to get that chemistry going with these young people during this preseason time.
Well, going into the season, I knew I had 8 returning players, which are my veteran players you just mentioned, and I had 4 new seasons. One of them is a JUCO. Last year I had a JUCO that didn't play much, and now she getting significant minutes. But my core from last year, I knew we were solid, and I added pieces so we can have a good mix. So I won't miss a beat when I hit my bench. I have 2 solid point guards. I can go either or with Shaquan Brown and Brittany Thompson. That's solid. One is a floor general, and one is just so quick and faster than the ball, as you can see tonight. So I can use the word humble and blessed again to have such a group that I've had for 3 years or more, and they're plugged in. The president is plugged into what we got going. So I got a good group, and I'm just going to stay humble, stay hungry, and I'm just going to use what I got.
All right. Mia leads the way with 20 points today. LaQuanza Glover, just a beast on the boards for undersized big, as I like to call her. Right. Just kind of talk about them and a couple of the other players who had tremendous games.
Well, Mia Late is the last
Late, I apologize.
Yeah, she likes us to pronounce it right. She's an amazing scorer. She has the ability to score at will, as you can see. She did this effortlessly tonight. I just asked her to settle down earlier because she was forcing the action instead of allowing it to happen within the system. Once she settled, as you can see, she played within the system, got 20 points, and an outstanding 7 steals within our system. We're up-tempo offensively and defensively. And to talk about LaQuanza Glover, we call her Q. Q is an undersized coach, and she's a double-double every night. She's not healthy right now. She played on one leg with a double-double. And she said, Coach, why you take me out? I said, the trainer asked me to take you out. We want to save you for later. So, when you got kids that hungry and that passionate, don't want to come out the game, I got an amazing group. I got an absolutely amazing group. They're super. They're hungry. Yeah. They believe in my system, so I'm with it.
Yeah. One thing when I look at this stat sheet in front of us that impresses me as a former coach, I see 34 field goals, 23 assists. That means your girls are out there sharing the ball. They're having fun out there. And those were led by Brittany Thompson with 7 assists. And then who I like to call the little rabbit on the floor who just does not know how to get in the game and not hustle, Miss Shaquanza Brown. Just kind of talk about those two-headed monsters that you have at the point position.
Like I said earlier, I got 2 starting point guards. I got a good problem to have. I can go either or and still have the same results. Shaquanza's quicker than the ball. She hustles every single time she gives us an offensive spark. Brittany's a floor general who just has high basketball IQ. So again, I'm just blessed and humble to have both of them. I just want to stay healthy. God give me the strength to this coaching group because I got them believing me early. They believe in my system. I'm just in at Edward Waters College at an amazing time, and I'm just blessed.
Yeah, and I could go on and on about these players, but I want to talk about one new player that you have on your team, Alexis Silver, coming off the bench. I mean, she just, I don't know what to say. She just she's skillful around the basket. She does a lot of the little things that you need to do. She even took a charge down here, and she set screens. She seems like the kind of player you can just put on the floor and forget about her sometimes, Coach.
Yeah. Well, she took a couple of charges and the officials dismissed a few calls, in my opinion. I asked the players to be selfless and take a hit, take a sacrifice, but she's been a great addition. If you ask me now, I think she's the missing link that we missed last season on March 3rd when we lost the championship game. We were undersized. I went out this summer and I vowed to get a post player that can be solid and big, and I think she's it. I got to mold it and shape it into shape so she can finish the season. We got to stay healthy, and I think she's just that extra addition that we need, and I think we'll be solid.
All right, your next game is against Warner. That game's going to be on Monday. What we're going to see in practice tomorrow and Sunday, Coach?
Tomorrow you're going to see a lighter practice because we prepped the entire game. I I'm pressed for the last minute on the clock, as you can see. When I do that, I told them, if you're not tired, you're not working.
Right.
So I'm going to have a lighter practice meeting, more of a shooting practice, talk about defense, and then Sunday we'll go at it again and prepare for Monday. So tomorrow's light.
All right. All right, Coach Wilson, any last words before we get out of here?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak about women's basketball. It's been a pleasure to be here over my last 8 years. This is my 9th season. I'm blessed. I'm humble. We know this is our year. We just got to stay healthy. So continue to support the Lady Tigers.
Well, we hope to see you down in New Orleans this year and hope that you come away with the hardware this year. Coach Charmaine Wilson for the Edward Waters Lady Tigers. And we'll be back on the Black College Sports Network after these messages.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
I've been waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
The real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it, and that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm going to light you up like a Christmas tree. Okay? That was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, I knew that these black colleges were going to benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
The Creole Seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole Seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is our classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
The Black College Sports Network is proud to partner with ComputerRatings.com. That's COMPUGHTER ratings.com for the upcoming college football season. ComputerRatings.com delivers rankings, game predictions, and statistics for hundreds of professional and collegiate teams. The key feature of ComputerRatings.com is the Versus Sports Simulator, which allows users to simulate any possible matchup and view the predicted scores along with a side-by-side stats analysis. Improve your odds by signing up for a subscription. Monthly, semi-yearly, and yearly subscriptions are available. For our listeners and viewers, use the promo code BCSN19 and get 15% off of your subscription at checkout. Visit www.computerratings.com. That's COMPUGHTER ratings.com.
Can one girl in a small town, an architect in a major city, and a suburban high school coach shape the future of the United States? Yes, they can. Because every 10 years, the census gives us that power. You can shape your future by responding to the 2020 census. Where do we need new roads to make our lives easier? Where will new school programs help our children thrive? Where could a new health clinic benefit neighborhoods? The 2020 census will inform these decisions and shape how billions of dollars will be distributed to communities like yours each year. And in 2020, you can respond to the census online, by phone, or by mail. It's easy, safe, and important. Make sure you and everyone you know is counted. Now is the time for you to get involved. Your community needs you. Together, we can educate and excite, inspire, and make sure every voice is heard. Together, we can shape our future.
Now, you can't live in Texas and not have a good red meat blend. Texas Cowboy Dust is designed for steak and other red meats. It's the most popular spice blend, made with onions, peppers, ground mushrooms, pink salt, and other spices. Texas Cowboy Dust also goes great with chicken, pork, vegetables, and adds a restaurant-quality sheen to gravies and sauces.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
I've been waiting for days to come alive.
we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
You know, the real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it. And that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Okay, that was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, right? I knew that these black colleges were gonna benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
Good evening and welcome to Adam Jenkins Complex on the campus of Edward Waters College for tonight's basketball contest between the Edward Waters Tigers and the Florida Memorial Lions. Brian Fulford here with my partner, as always, in all things that I do mostly, with A.D. Drew, who just called the women's contest, which was just before this game, in which the Lady Tigers defeated the Lady Lions by a score of 87-48. And now we'll get a chance to see whether the men of Ed Waters can equal the performance that we saw from the ladies. The Edward Waters Tigers with a 1-0 record coming into this contest, and the Florida Memorial Lions with a record of 0-2, looking for their first win of the season. AD, how are we feeling going into this, really this early season contest for Edward Waters and Florida Memorial?
But Edward Waters into this game, Brian, they're 1-0 on the regular season after an 0-3 preseason. Florida Memorial comes into this game 0-2 in the Sun Conference. Florida Memorial out of Miami Gardens, Florida, Brian, and this Florida Memorial team comes in with a little bit of size there compared to the Edward Waters Tigers, but this Edward Waters team is, you know, they're pretty good.
All right, and so both of these programs are led by a pair of second-year coaches. I'll set the starting lineup for Florida Memorial. Their head coach, Ansar Al-Amin, in his second season as the head coach for the Lions. Starting for the Lions, number 4 will be Jordan Martin, a 6'5" senior guard from Atlanta, Georgia. number 13, Sheik Kibi. Hope I said that name right there, Mr. Kibi. A 6'9" forward junior from the Bronx, New York. Number 21, Mubashar Ali, a 7-foot forward junior from Helsinki, Finland. Number 22, Freddie Reeves, a 6-foot junior Freddie Reeves Jr., a 6-foot freshman guard from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And number 23, Omar Otar, a 5'8" senior guard from North Lauderdale, Florida. And you'll see in just a moment for the Edward Waters Tigers, led by Coach Fred Summers in his second season. They will, starting lineup for the Edward Waters Tigers will be number 0, DeJuan Bass, a 6'4" senior guard from Baltimore, Maryland. Number 3, Robert Thomas III, 5'9" junior guard from Orlando, Florida. Number 13, Jabari Hayes, a 6'4" sophomore forward from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Number 15, Marcus Kane, 6'7" freshman forward from Atlanta, Georgia. And number 32, Chris Oakley, a 6'1" senior guard from Cleveland, Ohio.
You know, Brian, you need to watch out for on this Florida Memorial team. Freddie Reeves, he's number 5 in Division II in field goal percentage, shooting over 76% on this young season, while averaging 10 points per game, Brian, through 2 games thus far this season.
Our officials for this contest, Jamie Huggins, Mac Duggins, and David Howard. They are our officials for this contest. As you are looking and seeing Edward Waters in the all orange with purple numbers and letters. Florida Memorial in the blue with orange numbers and letters trimmed in white. As I mentioned earlier in the first game, AD, the colors are very loud, lots of orange in the building.
You know, Brian, I don't expect as much offense by either one of those teams like we saw in that women's game. I expect this game to be in the high 60s or low 70s by the time we get done with this particular game, Brian.
Now, one of the quick adjustments that we will have to make, coming from the women's game in which they play 4 10-minute quarters, in the men's college basketball, they still use 2 20-minute halves. I'm not going to lie, I wish they would go to the 4 10-minute quarters, but, you know, it is what it is. Tipping for Edward Waters will be number 15, Marcus Kane, and for Florida Memorial, number 13, Sheik Kibi. And I think Kibi won that tip.
I think he stole that tip, Brian. As in, Kane didn't even get out of his jump good.
Rebound off the miss by Ali. Back up top. That's Reeves. Ball stolen. And out of bounds. Nice hustle play there by DeJuan Bass. Martin with the ball to Kibi, out on the left wing, down low to Ali, gets stuck in the lane, and you know, Ali's a 7-footer, AD, and that's one of those plays I think you'd want Ali to maybe be able to get a little jump hook right there in the middle of the lane at 7 feet tall, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. You want him. You don't need him putting the ball down on the ground right there, Brian.
Three-point attempt, no good by Oakley. Loose ball on the floor, and they're going to call traveling on Jabari Hayes. Both teams with a turnover in their first offensive possession. Edward Waters in a bit of a 2-2-1. And there's going to be a foul as Kebe was hit from behind by Jabari Hayes.
That was Kane on the foul, Brian.
Good correction. Yes, sir. That was Kane on that. That's his first, team first. And a quick substitution in the ball game. Darius Turman came in the ball game for Edward Waters. Less than a minute and first substitution of the ball game. Otar with the ball on the right wing. Play slowly developing. He decides to pull up for three. No good. Rebound by Bass. Up ahead to Oakley. Strong to the basket. Flying out of bounds as it was deflected or stolen. They're going to call a foul. That foul was on number 23. Otar.
They said it was out of bounds, Brian. It's not a two-shot foul. I guess he got him before he was able to go up. I think I disagree with that. I thought he was in his shooting motion, Brian.
Inbound ball up top in the hands of Bass. He'll set the offense up. Goes to his left off the screen to the basket. No good. It's blocked, but they say there's a foul. It's a two-shot foul, so it looks like that foul was on number 4, Jabari Martin. His first, team second.
You think that's a little bit of a makeup call there, Brian?
Well, kind of early for makeup calls, AD. Are you saying those things are real? They happen?
No comment, Brian.
First free throw attempt by Bass. No good. Second attempt is good. We have our first points of the ball game. 18:35 to play in the first half. Ball up top in the hands of.
That's Otar.
Otar. It looks like a D there, AD. So I wanted to make sure of that. Great defense. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Struggling to get that ball off. 1 second, and there's going to be a shot clock violation. So a great defensive possession there by Edward Waters. Florida Memorial picking up full court. They are in a 2-2-1 now. As Thomas sets the offense. Here comes the screen. 3-point shot. No good by Hayes. Ali with the rebound. Kebe.
Ali's averaging 14 rebounds a game on this young season, Brian, and given his size, you can see why.
That sounds about right. Sounds like what he should be averaging at that size.
The thing about Ali, he's only shooting 27% from the field.
Oh, blocking foul called. Looks like that on Oakley. No, correction, that is on 12. Darius Turman, the 6'6 junior from Sarasota, Florida, gets called for blocking. Obviously, with the restricted area down there in the paint, those are real easy to call at the college level. That'll be his second, team first.
Hey, there's that kid I was talking about in that first game who's out there with the towel, helping out with the towel. Although he's got an adult right there supervising him, it's still got a kid working, Brian.
Well, I was looking. I saw a couple of managers there, so I think he's actually
a junior manager, maybe.
A junior manager, right? Quite possibly a manager in training.
MIT.
Nice. First free throw attempt by Kebe is good.
Keeby averaging 15 points on the young season there, Brian.
Second attempt, no good. Our score is 1-1 with 17:30 to play. 3-point shot in the corner, no good by Oakley. Pushing the ball is Martin. On the left wing into the lane, double clutched it was number 11, Jordan Johnson. Deflection by Keeby, and there's a turnover. Good job of using his length. There's Johnson driving baseline. He kicks out to Martin. Martin looks down baseline to Ali. Ali, jump hook with the left hand, it's good. And that is our first actual field goal of the ball game. 3-1 lead by Florida Memorial.
You know, with moves like that, it's hard to imagine he's only averaging 8 points on the season, Brian.
You know,
that was a pretty good move there.
It was. I always wonder whether the offense runs through him, though.
If I had a 7-footer on my team, my offense and my defense would run through him.
That seems like old school thinking. New school thinking these days, you don't see very many teams utilizing their 7-footers in that fashion.
Look, this is Division II, Division I NAIA ball. A 7-footer is a luxury.
There's a block by Keeby. Little hesitation move going to the basket. Strong move by number 4, Martin.
Stronger move on the putback there, Brian, by Martin.
Nobody boxed out. He gets his own rebound. Count the basket. That'll be the foul on Darius Turman. That'll be his second, team third. So Jordan Martin at the line shooting for an old school 3-point play. Looking for an opportunity to put Florida Memorial up by 5. Mass substitutions in the ball game for both teams. We'll try to set those for you. For Florida Memorial, checking into the ball game, number 24, Nehemiah Darrett, as well as number 3, Case Carrera.
Jump shot good by Nicole Martin.
There's a steal by Martin, who ends up making the basket on one end and steal on the other. What an athletic play there by number 0, Bass. And right back into the ball game, Edward Waters, 6-5 lead for Florida Memorial. 2 quick possessions, so great substitution. Guys coming off the bench, making contributions early. Johnson left his feet, pass in the corner to Keeby. 3-point attempt is good. Back down the floor come the Tigers. Looked like a bit of a stumble there, and they're going to call him for offensive foul as Marcus Kane, just a freshman. He caught the ball down there on the low block inside the paint. Kind of fumbled with it a little bit.
And they call him for the old chicken wing there, Brian. I think he pushed off with that left arm, that right arm, to create the space to make the basket.
Okay, correct. Yeah, I didn't see that they called him. Yeah, they called him for his foul. Team fourth. And there's an offensive foul there by number 3, Case Carrera.
That's what you call consistency. And that's what you want as a coach. The same call that we just got on that end, give it to me right there. That one was right. The only difference is that was in the middle of the floor there, Brian. But that was just as much of a push-off as the first play was.
Checking in for Florida Memorial, number 2, Isaiah Garrett.
Florida Memorial in the 2-3 zone for the first time today, Brian.
Tigers moving the ball through the zone. Ball in the hands of number 10, Anthony Young. Pull-up jump shot, no good. Rebound by 24, Garrett. Carrera into the lane, pull-up, and now he's called for, if that's on him, that's his second offensive foul. Yes, it is.
And that's our third offensive foul of this game, Brian.
That's Derek, his second foul, team fourth, and he has a quick 2. And the substitutions continue to roll in and out of this ball game. Into the ball game for Florida Memorial, Freddie Reeves. Little 2-2-1 pressure. Up the core is Ian Foyno. Ball is stolen away by Reeves. Back up the floor, into the lane, and they're going to call a blocking foul. Looks like that call is going to be on number 4, Nikel Martin. Count the basket by number 22, Freddie Reeves. (11 to 5) is our score. 14 to 12 in the first half. Little half-court trap there. Putting some pressure on the ball. Right wing, pull-up three-point attempt. Good. Number 10, Anthony Young for 3. From deep. No good. Tip out by Ali. Robert Thomas. They swing it from left to right. Three-point attempt, no good. Hustle for the rebound. Deflection. Florida Memorial with the ball. Comes out with it. Ball in the hands of Maurice Johnson. He goes into the lane. Out of control, falls down, no good. Rebound by Thomas. And he's going to be fouled at half court by number 4, Jordan Martin. And his second, team 5th. Kebe comes back into the game. Both teams with 5 fouls. 12-8 Florida Memorial lead. At the top of the key is Martin. Inside, and he's fouled from behind. I think that foul is going to go on Freddie Reeves as number 13, Jabari Hayes, will go to the free throw line.
You know, this Florida Memorial team, Brian, only has 10 players dressed, so expect a whole lot of substitutions, especially in this first half, as they try to keep players fresh for the second half there, Brian.
Making that first free throw, and if I'm not mistaken, AD, that is the first free throw attempt by Edward Waters in this contest, and already Florida Memorial has, by my count, 6 free throws. He missed that second one. 12-9 is our score. Coming across half court. There's the ball in the hands of Ali to Kebe. Down low on a nice flex cut. Underneath was number 23, Otar. And he gets the basket. Don't expect the little guy. There's a steal by Ali.
Watch the lob. Watch the lob. Oh,
nice Euro step there by number 2.
I hate to say that, Brian, but that was selfish by the guard. You got to throw that up and get the big finish right there.
Oh, very critical are you, AD. We'll take a break. We'll be back right after this. Our score is 16-9. Florida Memorial with the lead.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine.
Back to live action here at Edward Waters College. Florida Memorial with a 16-9 lead, 12:39 remaining in the first half of action. Florida Memorial picking up in a little bit of a man, dropping all the way back into his own. There's a three-point attempt. Count it. By number 13, Jabari Hayes. And there's a cross-court pass. That's a pass to nobody, Brian. Yeah, that one was squarely on the hands of Omar Otar. As he had a man coming into the middle, he just overpassed and just shot right by. I don't know how you miss a 7-footer, but he did it on that play. Left wing by Young.
And the referee just came over and said that last bucket was a 2-point field goal, Brian, not a 3.
By Hayes, so that would be a 2-pointer by Hayes. So our score is 16-11 now, and there's a foul.
And Brian, we're in the 1-1 already, Brian.
Well, I knew we were get there. This one will come down to free throws early for both teams.
I'm very impressed with this crowd here on a Friday night, Brian, early in the season. Yes, I know this is a rival game, but these schools are not exactly around the corner from each other, Brian.
No, they're not. Free throw attempt is missed. A bit of a kick ball there. I think that is going to go to Florida Memorial.
We probably got a few FMU alums here in the Duval area, but this is a predominantly Edward Waters Tiger crowd here tonight, Brian.
Florida Memorial, I should say Edward Waters is just 1 of 3 at the free throw line. The Lions, Florida Memorial, they've been to the line 6 times, 4 of 6. Nice drive to the basket. That time, I believe that was Kibi with the basket there. Sheik Kibi. And he has 6 on the game so far. Contested shot, no good. Ball in the hands of Collins. Dealing with the pressure up top. And what's the call? There's going to be a call down low. They're going to call that on number 21, Mubashar Ali. They're going to call him with a offensive foul.
Trying to get position, Brian. I guess he used a little bit too much muscle there.
Well, I noticed he was being guarded by a smaller guy, so obviously.
Brian, he's 7 foot tall. Who's not smaller than him?
I love you, AB.
And that's why we have so much chemistry on the Sports Rap Show when we're together on that, Brian.
Well said. A little pressure up top. Nice passing by EWC. 3-point attempt, no good. Rebound by Collins. Up ahead to Otar. He pulls for 3. No good, but Ali with the rebound. He goes up, and it comes off the rim. No good. It's going to be a loose ball. I think that's going to go off of, they're going to say that went off the heels of Nikhil Martin. It'll be Florida Memorial ball. 10:56 remaining in the first half. 18-11 is the score. Otar being guarded up top by Anthony Young. Hand off to Kibi, right wing, pull up, no good. Rebound by Young, up ahead, all the way to the basket is Oakley with a nice easy layup.
Pull up. Rebound by Martin over in the corner.
Back come the Tigers into the lane.
You've got to be able to finish that with your left, Brian.
Well, good contest there by Ali underneath. I mean, when you got the bigs like that underneath, I think he would have done a better job of just taking that ball back out and resetting and trying to force something there. Reeves being tightly guarded. Oh, that's got to be a moving screen. Yes, sir, it is. They're going to call that on Kibi, number 13. It was pointed out by Coach Summer.
Well, it's kind of easy when it happens right there in front of Coach Summer.
Right. That is the 19th foul by Florida Memorial. Again, we are just now getting to the 10:04 mark, reaching the halfway point. They've committed 9 fouls.
Don't you wish they had that experimental rule where they reset the fouls at the 10-minute mark now, Brian?
Well, look, if this were quarters, they would reset at this point. Oh, nice hands there. Yes, good hands there by number 23, Omar Otar, forcing that turnover there as Anthony Young tried to put the ball on the floor, but he wouldn't let him have it.
Speaking of rules, Brian, you know they're going to be moving the three-point line back next year in all the lower levels of basketball. Division I will be moving it back this year to the international three-point line of 22 1 3/4. What kind of impact do you think that's going to make on the game, Brian?
None. I mean, players are already shooting from that distance, you know, because of the, I'm going to call it the Steph Curry effect, where you have players shooting from 22 to 23 feet anyway. Nobody hugs the 19-9 or 29
for the college
anymore. So not even in high school. So I don't think it'll make an impact one bit.
My opinion, Brian, it's going to make bad shooters even worse shooters. And the big thing is these kids are learning how to shoot three-pointers before they learn how to shoot layups now.
Devon Bass with that layup into the lane cuts the deficit to 3 for Edward Waters. Otar top being guarded by Foytno. Keeby in the corner for 3. Count it.
A little bit of trash talking over there to the football players by Keeby.
That's his second three-pointer of the game, and hey, look right now. He's doing the work. He can talk as long as he keeps scoring the way he is. Going left into the lane, deflection. Coming back up with it. He was pushed in the back there, but no call there. Bass with that shot attempt. Back comes Florida Memorial. Up ahead, running to the rim there was number 24, Nehemiah Derritt.
He's 6'8", sophomore out of Fort Myers, Florida.
I'll tell you, if nothing else, Florida Memorial has some good size. Oh, and they're going to call a foul there on number 4, Jordan Martin, and that's going to send Edward Waters to the line now, shooting 2. And that is Martin's 3rd by my count. Team 10th. At the line, Chris Oakley, the 6'1" senior from Cleveland.
And according to the scoreboard, you are correct, Brian. That is his 3rd foul unofficially.
First free throw attempt is good. Just the 4th free throw of the first half for the Tigers. Second attempt is good as well. And there's a substitution in the ball game. Number 3, Robert Thomas in, and number 2, Chandler Foytno.
Yeah, I guess it is Foytno. Fontenot?
Maybe we'll get a correction of our pronunciation from our good friend, Mr. Joshua Jackson, when we get a chance. Rebound by Bass. He looked up, push it up the head, finds Oakley. Behind the back, into the lane. It's blocked. That block there by Derritt. And it'll be Edward Waters' ball underneath. Inbound the ball. Robert Thomas. Underneath. Tried to go up strong. Was Bass. No good. Back comes Florida Memorial. Ball in the hands of the point guard. Otar spins around into the lane. Controls his body. Count it. Beautiful move by Omar Otar.
As he demonstrates to his teammate the proper way to make a left-handed layup, Brian.
Under control at that.
You know, Brian, this looks like this may be a game of matriculation. Is we've got 16 fouls committed by these two teams within the first 12 minutes of play, Brian. Either they're going to have to make the adjustment and play defense properly, or we're going to see the last couple, 3 people on the bench get some significant time in this game, Brian.
Right. I think, the officials are calling this game. I wouldn't say they're being too tight on this. They're just not allowing the little ticky-tack stuff. Pull up, count it. Otar with the three-pointer. And he has 8 in the ball game. Right back at him. Three-point attempt, no good. Back comes Florida Memorial. Running ahead is Ali. And he is fouled by number 10, Anthony Young. Anthony Young's first, and that'll send Mubashar Ali to the line to shoot 2. And that's never a good spot. Florida Memorial they've done a great job of getting to the free throw line. He makes the first one.
Ali only a 40% free throw shooter on this young season, Brian.
Well, then if percentages hold, he should be missing this one. Second attempt is good.
I guess numbers do lie.
Yes, they do. 29-17 lead for Florida Memorial. 7:20 remaining in the first half. Ball in the hands of Bass. That's Thomas. Pull-up jump shot by 23, no good.
Great hustle by Bass there, trying to get back into the play.
Malcolm McCorker shot that attempt. McCorker from right out of Jacksonville, Florida here, freshman. Here comes Florida Memorial. Pull-up three-point attempt is good. Freddie Reeves. And right now, there is nothing that Florida Memorial can't do. Their fourth three-pointer of the ball game. Into the lane, no good. Rebound by Keeby. Back come the Lions in transition, lost control of the ball. Nice move. Taking advantage of the nice assist is McCorker. Wasting no time is Otar. Pull up. That wasn't a three. A bit of a loose ball there. Picked up by Oakley. He'll move the ball up the floor. 20 seconds left on the shot clock. Tries to set up. Calls for a screen from Kane. Step back. Pull-up jump shot is good. Chris Oakley with his 6th point of the game. Back comes Florida Memorial with the dish, and the jam is Ali.
You got to know better than to jump on that one, Brian. You just became somebody's poster.
Rumble, young man, rumble. Mubashar Ali with the dunk. 34-21 lead by Florida Memorial.
I'm a little slow, Brian. I just caught that analogy.
I try to sneak them in there so that they're not so obvious. A little pressure. Thomas, kick out to Kane. His foot was on the line. That's a bad air ball. Back.
It's a bad shot because nobody believes a 20-foot two-point shot.
Cross-court skip by Otar. No good. Tip out. Robert Thomas with the ball. Thomas on the left wing. Kicks it over to the freshman. He thought about it, but decides to give it to Kane. He is hacked. Just brutally assaulted underneath by number 13, Keeby.
He probably passed up a wide-open shot. You got a good result, but it was not a good play there, Brian.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a sub coming in for Marcus Kane for shooting that three in the corner, so he better, I'm sure he better make these 2 free throws and get some points while he can. First one is good. Now, we talked about in the previous game, Ali, the rule on free throws. I guess that was only applying in the women's game. Is that correct?
Yes, that's only in the women's game.
I tell you, the Women's Basketball Rules Committee, they are so progressive. I really wish that the men's game had some forward-thinking, progressive people like what I've seen in the women's game.
Well, the women have tried to move so close to international ball where there's very little difference between the two, FIBA rules and women's college rules.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
I don't either.
Going opposite the screen, let's see, there's a
block.
Yeah. As you've got a couple of Tigers coming up a little sore. Robert Thomas for one.
Bass is down.
And
He's
trying to
stretch the calf, it looks like.
It's either that or he got knocked knees with somebody. The foul was on number 3, Robert Thomas. That is Thomas's first foul of the game. It's a blocking foul. Just number 8, but it does send.
It's a 1-on-1 attempt, Brian.
It is 1-on-1 for Freddie Reeves. And he makes that first one. 35-23, our score. 4:43 remaining in the first half. Second one is good. Reeves, perfect 3 for 3 in the first half at the free throw line. The lead is up to 13 for Florida Memorial. McCorker in the lane makes that basket. His second field goal of the game. Steele, pushing his Oakley. He lost control of it. Is he going to be able to get to the basket? No. He got his own rebound, though. Steele, great hustle there by not only Bass, McCorker,
and Thomas.
And Thomas on that. That could have easily have gone south for Edward Waters, and they managed to hustle to come up with an opportunity to put some points on the board. So what looked like was going to be an easy layup there turned out to be a much harder possession than what you might have thought there, AD.
And with these 2 free throws right here, we can get this game back down to a single-digit game, Brian, before the 4-minute mark.
So Robert Thomas at the line, he will shoot 2, looking for his first 2 points or his first points of the game. Knocks the first one down. Substitutions in the ball game, 3 of them for Florida Memorial. Jordan Johnson, Mubashar Ali, and I believe Omar Otar. Second free throw attempt by Thomas. Count it as good. 36-27. It's a 9-point game now. Man-to-man pressure there by EWC. McCorker being tightly guarded, but I think they're going to say he was a little too close.
Now we're in the double bonus.
McCorker's first, and that will send.
Excuse me. We still have one more 1-on-1, Brian.
Really? I thought that was number 10.
It's number 9.
Okay. Well, yeah, I see it up on the board. Yeah, that was.
They must have put it up there before we had a chance to see it.
Jordan Johnson, 1-1, makes the first one. A 6'3" freshman from out of Houston, Texas. Florida Memorial shooting an outstanding free throw percentage here in this first half. Second attempt bounces in. McCorker with the ball in his hands, up top, feeling a little bit of pressure. Goes right. Bass with the jump shot, no good. Ali, McCorker takes it away from Ali. And they'll get a reset, I believe. 15 seconds on the shot clock.
Yeah, shot clock resets to 20 on the offensive rebound, Brian.
10 seconds on the clock. Robert Thomas with the ball. Looking for a screen. Picks it up from Bass. Bass, top of the key. Nope. Decides to go to the lane.
Oh, my God.
Devon Bass.
And to our producer, Roy Evans, please make sure you put that in the highlight of the game.
Well, that woke the crowd up. Steal by Bass now. Will he go for a second one? Nice little finger roll. And now the crowd is awake as it's a 7-point game. 38-31, under 3 minutes to play in the first half. Bass guarding Johnson tightly. Ali in the short corner. Triple team. Skip pass stolen by McCorker. And they're going to wait. Let's see.
They're going to talk?
Yes, that ball just somehow went off of number 1, Jordan Collins. Edward Waters ball.
And I think Florida Memorial is going to get a wise timeout here, Brian, and I think we need to do the same.
Very good timeout. Well, you heard AD. We'll take a break. 38-31, 2:41 remaining in the first half.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is our classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
Back to live action here at Adam Jenkins Complex, where Florida Memorial Lions have a 38-31 lead over Edward Waters Tigers. DeJuan Bass, the senior from Baltimore, woke this crowd up as he put young Mr. Nehemiah Darrett in a body bag with a voracious dunk, and then came back and got the steal on the beautiful finger roll. Cuts the what was once a double-digit lead to 7. Tigers with the ball. Robert Thomas. Oakley down the lane. It's blocked. No, it was not. Count the basket. 6-0 run for Edward Waters. And it is a 38-33 ball game.
Edward Waters has gotten a little bit of confidence. Even before the dunk right there, Brian, you know, they playing with a lot more confidence than they were in the first couple of minutes. And that quiets the crowd right there.
That young man, Omar Otar, with his second three-point basket. You got to do something about him. A loose ball. Oh, I thought it might have been a push-off there, but no.
Over and back.
Well, I thought there might have been a push-off there on Jordan Collins going for that ball.
Hey, we got a little exchange of recipes for sweet potato pie going on in half court there, Brian, but I guess the referees got that straight. You know, Otar came into this game only shooting 26% from the three-point line, and he's 2 for 2 for the day, Brian.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I find that hard to believe. Otar with 11 points in the first half, 2 3-pointers, 2 two-point field goals, and a free throw.
Yeah. You know, this Florida Memorial team is shooting 38.5% from behind the arc for the season, so we know they can put it up and score from behind the arc, Brian.
Yeah, they made 5 of them. I don't have we'll at halftime have the actual percentage, but they have made 5 3-point field goals in the first half. 41-33 is the score. 1:45 to play. Into the lane, and the follow.
Good follow
by Darrett off of the miss by Freddie Reeves. Darrett with his first 2 points of the ball game, and I think they're going to call Reeves. Nope. Yes, they're going to call Darrett with that foul. That's his first, and it looks like it'll send to the free throw line number 12, Darian Turman.
And pay attention, Bass is over with the trainer right now, and he's holding his knee, it appears, and they've entered back towards the locker room to evaluate him, Brian. Let's see if that turns into a story for this particular game.
Well, remember, maybe a few plays back as Turman misses the first free throw attempt, there was sort of a collision in which Bass came out of the collision a little hobbled, as it looked like somebody, either he knocked knees with somebody or somebody fell into his knee. McCorker putting some good pressure up top. Ball in the hands of Reeves. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Brings it all the way up near half court. Some good pressure being played. 10 seconds on the clock. Ali way outside. 5 seconds on the clock. Loose ball. He drives on the floor. It's a sideline. EWC ball. And what you saw there, the Tigers looking to take the ball or deny number 23 Otar and 22 Reeves. Take away their two guards is what they were trying to do on that possession. Coming up on 1 minute to play in the first half. Robert Thomas comes across the half-court line, works off a screen.
Out of bounds.
They tried to go to Nikhil Martin.
Young's in the game for Edward Waters, along with Johnson, Jordan Johnson for Florida Memorial.
14 seconds on the inbound. Going up top, no good, off the glass, and no rim whatsoever there by Turman. Stolen by Martin. Layup good.
Fundamental. Don't get the spectacular, just do the fundamental thing.
31 seconds, about a 4-second difference between the shot clock and play clock. Pushing up the floor is Reeves. Looking, finds Ali with the slam.
That's his second dunk of the day, Brian.
When he drives like that, you got to imagine that somebody on the weak side has got to drop down into the lane to help. And there was no help. It became a 2-on-1, which is always going to result in a slam if the point guard plays it right. 45-36 lead, Florida Memorial. 13 seconds left on the clock. Ball in the hands there. Anthony Young being guarded tightly by Jordan Johnson. They're going to play this down to the last shot, it looks like. Pull up. Count it. Basket good by Anthony Young, and that is how the first half is going to end. Our score at halftime, Florida Memorial 45, Edward Waters 38. We'll be back with halftime stats and an interview with the athletic director of Florida Memorial right after these words.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
The Black College Sports Network is proud to partner with ComputerRatings.com. That's ComputerRatings.com ratings.com for the upcoming college football season. ComputerRatings.com delivers rankings, game predictions, and statistics for hundreds of professional and collegiate teams. The key feature of ComputerRatings.com is the Versus Sports Simulator, which allows users to simulate any possible matchup and view the predicted scores along with a side-by-side stats analysis. Improve your odds by signing up for a subscription. Monthly, semi-yearly, and yearly subscriptions are available. For our listeners and viewers, use the promo code BCSN19 and get 15% off of your subscription at checkout. Visit www.computerratings.com. That's COMPUGHTER ratings.com.
Can one girl in a small town, an architect in a major city, and a suburban high school coach shape the future of the United States? Yes, they can. Because every 10 years, the census gives us that power. You can shape your future by responding to the 2020 census. Where do we need new roads to make our lives easier? Where will new school programs help our children thrive? Where could a new health clinic benefit neighborhoods? The 2020 census will inform these decisions and shape how billions of dollars will be distributed to communities like yours each year. And in 2020, you can respond to the census online, by phone, or by mail. It's easy, safe, and important. Make sure you and everyone you know is counted. Now is the time for you to get involved. Your community needs you. Together, we can educate and excite, inspire and make sure every voice is heard. Together, we can shape our future.
Now, you can live in Texas and not have a good red meat blend. Texas Cowboy Dust is designed for steak and other red meats. It's out to be my most popular spice blend, made with onions, peppers, ground mushrooms, pink salt, and other spices. Texas Cowboy Dust also goes great with chicken, pork, vegetables, and adds a restaurant quality sheen to gravies and sauces.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loop machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loop machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
Welcome back to halftime here at Edward Waters College. Florida Memorial with a 45-38 lead, and joining me here at halftime, the athletic director of Florida Memorial, Mr. Ernest Jones. And so, first off, as you travel from South Florida to here, tell us a little bit about what some of the good things that are happening right now at Florida Memorial as it relates to basketball, and then we'll get to talking about the other big news that as it relates to football.
Absolutely. It's truly a new day at Florida Memorial University in regards to basketball. Our women's basketball team is in a little bit of a slump to start their season, but we feel pretty good about what they're doing. We think they'll get better. Our men's basketball team is playing a lot better. They're getting better and better and better. As you can see, the first half of this game, they're playing pretty well, but in regards to basketball, we're just trying to get better each and every week.
So, obviously, one of the big stories that came out over the past year or two, the announcement that football will be coming back to Florida Memorial. Tell us a little bit about, I guess, the process of reigniting the football program and just some of the excitement that has gone on with that announcement over the past year.
Oh yeah, we're talking about the rebirth. We call it the rebirth of the Lions' pride and tradition. It's a new day at Florida Memorial University. We'll be playing football fall of 2020. We hired Tim Harris, local high school coach out of Booker T. Washington High School. We're excited about that hire. We have about 55 kids on campus right now. We expect between 35 and 40 to enroll in January. I mean, it's a new day. We expect the football program to be live in fall 2020.
And so the football program will be coming into the NAIA, and actually you'll be joining, I believe, the Mid-South Conference is what I read, correct?
Absolutely. The Mid-South is one of the toughest conferences in the nation. We have 5 teams ranked in the top 25. We feel pretty good about being a part of that conference, especially being an HBCU in a PWI conference.
Now, as it relates to scheduling and things of that nature, how are you trying to build your schedule for the first season and those first few years?
Absolutely. We're going to play, obviously, we have 8 games to play within that conference. Those games are set, and then we get to choose 3 teams that we want to play. And we want Edward Waters College to be one of those 3 teams. We want to play each and every year, one here and one in our place, and then we're going to go try to play other HBCUs so we can get the best of both worlds.
And where will games be played at? Where is the home field or the home stadium at?
Absolutely. We'll be playing at Betty T. Ferguson Community Center. Brand new football field, brand new stadium, renovated just for the Lions. The new home of the Lions, new scoreboard, new locker rooms, new bleachers for the fans to sit in. Awesome facility at Betty T. Ferguson. Is about 1.7 miles away from our campus.
Okay, and for people who are not familiar with Florida Memorial and where Florida Memorial is, tell us a little bit about the school and just the environment of where the school is located and just the community and the community's excitement with the program and support of the school.
Absolutely. We're located in Miami Gardens, which is also where the Miami Dolphins is located. They're right across the street from where we are. 1,100 students go to Florida Memorial University. Great academic institution. A lot of prominent alum that's out there doing great things. Major in aviation is one of our top disciplines. We actually have our own airport right there on campus where we allow our students to be able to fly as they do the training hours to get that aviation degree. But it's a great academic school. President Japhus Hardrick is the new president there. Came over from FIU, a progressive, aggressive guy, wants to do things in a big way, just trying to revitalize Florida Memorial University, doing some high-level things.
And so as you think about the planning process, what are you looking or what are you hoping to be able to accomplish in the first 3 years of the program getting off the ground?
Absolutely. We want to be competitive each year, but by year 3 we want to be competing for a conference championship, not just in football, in all sports. I mean, we were able to come in and get our scholarship limits up a little bit. We were able to increase enrollment, be able to put ourselves on a competitive stage with everyone in the NAIA conference. We're not lacking of anything. We have the best facilities. We have the best basketball arena in our conference for our women's volleyball team, men's and women's basketball. We have the best baseball field in our conference, and we have the best football field, men's and women's soccer, as well as track and field. So we'll be very attractive to people.
It sounds like it. I mean, outside of just the location, it sounds like the facilities and everything else will be top-notch, and it'll be fun to see. Let us, where can people find out more information about the program and the programs, and just begin to follow Florida Memorial online or on social media?
Yep, www.fmuniv.edu, www.fmuniv.edu. We also are out there on social media on fmulions.com. That's where we are on social media. Telephone number is 954-247-8990. You can get a direct contact. That's directly to my office, and we'll get you to wherever you need to be.
All right. Well, Mr. Jones, I appreciate You've taken time out. You got a good first half. Any first half analysis that you'd like to give us from what you've seen by the young men in your program?
I just like the start of our men tonight. This is the best start they've had all season. But you're down here in Edward Waters. You see this atmosphere. You see this environment. Anything can happen. I'm sure their coaches gonna have them ready to go in the second half, and it'll go down to the last second of the game.
When this series flips and comes down to South Florida, will we see an even more exciting crowd? Will we see something equal to this when these teams come down south?
Absolutely. We're going to have to do the favor that they're doing to us. A.D. Bryant has done a great job with his hospitality with me and my staff. We're going to fill the arena up. We seat about 2,600 in our arena. We expect to have 2,600 when Edward Waters comes to town.
I'm going to tell my producer here, he's from South Florida. We got a road trip that we have to take. We have to find a way to get down there for that one.
You'll be very impressed, even the accommodation that we have for our media. We have a media room, the media setup that we have in regards to the table and where you guys are. We'll take really, really good care of you guys.
Well, we appreciate it. We look forward to talking more about Florida Memorial and especially Florida Memorial football as the upcoming 2020 season kicks off. Congratulations. And good luck here in the second half.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's a new day.
Yes,
Again,
sir.
It's the rebirth for the Lions, pride and tradition.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's December 21st. The best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
You know, the real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it. And that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Mm-hmm. Okay? That was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, all right? I knew that these black colleges were gonna benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 11:20.
Welcome back to the start of the second half of action. Florida Memorial with a 45-38 lead here. As we will look to set up and go over some of the halftime statistics here.
Great to see Mr. Bass back out on the floor for
Edward Waters.
Edward Waters.
He missed that first layup attempt.
And we've got a little bit of video difficulty, but we do have audio, Brian, so we're going to just talk like we're on the radio.
Old school radio style. Ball in the hands of Keefe on the left wing. Down low to Ali, and he's going to be fouled by Kane.
Or like we talk on our podcast there, Brian. You know, that podcast, that great sports rap podcast that comes twice a week on my BCSN.
Marcus Kane with his third foul, team first. Tough shot by Keefe. Knocks that down. And Cheek Keefe, who had 9 first half points with 11 now, and they're going to call a hand check. They're on number 22.
You know, there must have been directive in the locker room. They called it early. They called it often in this game, it seems like, Brian.
Well, look, at this point in the ball game, the officials were calling it in the first half, were they not?
Yes, they were.
So that should have been the message. And for you to come out in the first minute and get a hand check, that there's a lack of awareness there, I would tend to think.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Brian. You are absolutely right. Post up by Bass. Defended well by Kiwi, but better shot by Bass right there with the up and the under.
DeJuan Bass with 10 in the ball game. Loose ball. Robert Thomas down on the floor. And
timeout called by Edward Waters.
By Edward Waters. We're going to take a break. We'll be back right after these words. Correction. We're going to stay here.
Let's stay here and go through some of these halftime stats, Brian.
All right. We'll go through those stats, AD. Anything that pops off the page there for you as you scroll through?
I like to look at assists, field goals, see if a team is having fun. When assists and field goals are usually close to each other, that means the team is out there having fun. They're sharing the ball. Florida Memorial, 15 field goals, 10 assists. Edward Waters, 7 assists, 14 field goals. The one thing that's troubling about when I look at the stats, Edward Waters is shooting 40% from the field, but they're only 1 of 8 from three-point land, whereas Florida Memorial is shooting exactly 50%, 15 for 30 and a half on 5 of 11 from three-point land. Those are the two things that I saw there, Brian.
How about Florida Memorial? Florida Memorial, 10 of 11 from the free throw line in that first half, while Edward Waters, 9 of 13. Although I will contest that my record keeping of the free throw attempts was a little bit different. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to really kind of go through the total numbers. But I'll leave it in the hands of the official scorekeepers. If that's what they came up with, then that's what's on the floor then. 3-point attempt in the corner by Oakley, no good. Long rebound, fought for. EWC comes up with it. Thomas goes skip pass over to Bass. He goes into the lane. It's blocked by Ali. And the big 7-footer continues to be a nuisance for Edward Waters in the lane. There's Reeves inside. Ali makes that basket. Florida Memorial up 49-40. As Mubashar Ali with his 10th point of the ball game. Bass pulls it all the way up into the lane. Right hand, finger roll, count in. And 1 for Devon Bass. Bass with his 12th point of the ball game. He'll go to the line with his first free throw attempt. Looking to get the old school 3-point play. And it is a 6-point ball game. Florida Memorial up 49-43. Ball in the hands of Keefe. He goes inside to Ali. They're going to either call number 12 with a hold, and it is Darius Herman, the 6'6" junior from Sarasota, picks up his third.
Ali at the line for 2, Brian.
First free throw attempt is good.
And that makes him 3 for 3 on the day. See if he can continue the trend right here on this one, Brian. And he does.
If nothing else, Florida Memorial having one of their best free throw shooting games probably of the season. Now with an 8-point lead, 51-43. And you need that sometimes, you know. I mean, the teams that If you can make the free throws and limit the turnovers, you can usually find yourself in more ball games than you're out of ball games. There's a nice pull up by Bass, no good. Rebound by Ali.
But the 16 first half turnovers helped keep Edward Waters in this ball game, Brian.
They're going to call Robert Thomas with a block. Or no, that's Bass, Devon Bass with the block.
That was definitely a block, Brian.
I thought he was in the position. He was there first, but he kind of turned his shoulder.
I mean, you don't have to take it chest on chest, but you have to beat the the offensive player to the spot. And I don't think Bass beat the offensive player to the spot in that particular instance there, Brian. Checking into the game is number 10, Anthony Young, replacing number 32, Chris Oakley.
As we sit down here, Eddie, I'll be honest, the most annoying thing right now is the smell of barbecue that is just permeating through the first 3 or 4 rows behind us. It is so distracting.
Is it distracting because you don't have any, or is it just distracting because it's distracting?
Both. A little loose ball, careless there on both teams. And Bass with an attempt, a little two-man game there with Turman, and it goes out of bounds. So we end up with 2 EWC turnovers and 1 Florida Memorial turnover, all on that end of the floor.
I wonder if the stat person got all that.
Otard, high off the glass, no good. Rebound and putback by number 22, Freddie Reeves. 10-point ball game now for Florida Memorial, 53-43. 16-10 left. A little pressure by Reeves, and there's going to be a timeout there called by Edward Waters. 16:08 left in the quarter. We'll take a break and be back right after these words.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
The Black College Sports Network is proud to partner with ComputerRatings.com. That's CompuGHTER ratings.com for the upcoming college football season. ComputerRatings.com delivers rankings. So welcome back to Adam Jenkins Complex on the campus of Edward Waters College. 16:08 remaining in the second half. Florida Memorial Lions with a 10-point lead over EWC. Devon Bass with the ball, tightly guarded by Freddie Reeves. Bass going left-handed into the lane, and they're going to call Reeves with a slight bump. The officials very, that's going to be Reeves' third, as he was pleading with his coach to not bring him out, but he will have a seat on the bench. Third foul by Reeves, third team foul, and that pass was way too high as it's stolen away by Ali. Count that turnover. There's a three-point attempt, left wing, count it, as good by Jordan Martin. And I'm not really sure.
Shot clock never reset,
well,
Brian.
No, I was going to say I'm not really sure what number 13, Jabari Hayes, was doing on that pass attempt. I mean, just an errant pass off of a two-man game. He throws a lob, and the only person who can get it is the 7-footer from the other team.
Great drive there by Darius Turman. Rebound by Martin.
Back comes Florida Memorial. Into the corner, Keefe. He looks to go in down low. He's being down low to Ali. They're trying to get it to him, but into the lane, knifing. Ali tip around the rim. He's got it off the glass. No good. He comes up with another rebound. Edward Waters doing everything they can to try to rebound, unsuccessfully.
And right there, we just saw why Ali has a 27.5% field goal percentage, Brian. 3 shots at the rim. None of them were even close there, Brian.
He's as I like to say, he's stat padding because those are rebounds. Those rebounds do count.
Yeah, but I'd rather have the bucket than the board.
Oh, sure. Definitely. Inbound underneath.
You know, Brian, this Florida Memorial team is what I like to call it basketball. They're just long, man.
They are. They have an interesting mix of length and quickness. Keefe with the lob from Omar Otar. Shot is challenged, no good. That was an air ball by Turman. 58-43. It's a 15-point lead for Florida Memorial. Into the lane is Otar.
Great left hand by Otar.
And it's when we were talking, and it's speed by players like him that is giving Edward Waters fits right now. Devon Bass pull up 3-pointer, no good. Another rebound by Ali. He gives it over to Johnson, coming up the left side of the floor. 3-point attempt by number 4, Jordan Martin, no good. Up ahead, Bass tries to corral it, throws it off the back of Martin. It'll be EWC ball. Mass substitutions coming in. Coming back in for EWC, number 15, Marcus Kane. For Florida Memorial, a host of players. Jordan Collins, number 1. Freddie Reeves, 22, is back in the ball game. And Nehemiah Derrick. Kane called for traveling underneath, trying to make a post move, trying to make a play. Unsuccessful. Quickly up the court. Reeves all the way to the lane. And is that a block? Oh, yes, they call a block. Unbelievable.
The only thing I can see about that, Brian, is maybe his feet were inside the restricted
it had
area.
To be because he was there. He was there back when, he was there when Reeves crossed the half-court line.
Yeah. And you know, Brian, quietly, this free throw attempt right here will put Florida Memorial up 20.
Well, the free throws is what really is doing it right now. I mean, they are, wow, there you go. There's a miss, a rare miss. I mean, by my count, AD, 1, 2, I only count 3 misses at the free throw line by Florida Memorial. They're up 19 with 13:31 left in the first half. Derrick challenges. Rebound by Reeves. He managed to stay on his feet. He's pushing the ball up the floor.
Did a little bit of a globe trotter right there, Brian.
Keefe right to the basket. There's no stopping this right now. Not with the defense that's being played by EWC. Ali says no, he blocks that, but let's see, what's the call?
Wipe the glass. We had a timeout call by Edward Waters.
By timeout, and Florida Memorial
30-second timeout
with a 20.
No, they're going to make it a full. I'm sorry.
21-point lead for Florida Memorial. We'll take a break and be back right after these words.
Now, you can't live in Texas and not have a good red meat blend. Texas Cowboy Dust is designed for steak and other red meats. It's out to be my most popular spice blend, made with onions, peppers, ground mushrooms, pink salt, and other spices. Texas Cowboy Dust also goes great with chicken, pork, vegetables, and adds a restaurant-quality sheen to gravies and sauces.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time-consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Back to live action here at Edward Waters College. 13 minutes remaining in the second half.
As we got the Omegas dancing on the floor down on the other end of the action, Brian.
Florida Memorial with a 64-43 lead. Three-point attempt by number 10, Anthony Young, is no good and called for a loose ball foul as number 15, Marcus Kane. I tell you, this has been a Marcus Kane, a freshman from Atlanta, is only obviously very young in his college playing career, but this has been sort of a baptism for this young man who he has not had the greatest of days, and there'll be better days for him, but he is getting there's a lesson on every end of the floor right now that he's going through. Beautiful moves there by number 11, Reeves, with the ball in his hands. He pulls up, count it. Freddie Reeves, smooth as silk. Loose ball. They're going to say Thomas, was he pushed? Yeah, he was pushed. Keefe had a hand on his hip. Jordan Johnson is who I wanted to give some credit for with those nifty handles on the other end of the floor. Checking into the ball game for Edward Waters, Nikola Radovic, the 6'8 junior from Belgrade, Serbia, checked into the ball game for EWC. His first playing action of the day. Ball in the hands of Martin.
And Isaiah Derrick just checked back in for Florida Memorial.
There's a turnover off the handoff, and I'm not tracking turnovers, but we will say in the first half, surprisingly,
there's another turnover.
Okay.
Back the other way.
There's a basket there by Anthony Young. Well, I was going to say I would have figured out EWC. Who would you have thought had more turnovers in the first half, AD?
I mean, before I looked at the stat sheet, I would have thought it was EWC, but it was actually Florida Memorial.
Right, high off the glass spin, no good. Ali with the rebound and put back. No, another offensive rebound by Florida Memorial. Skip pass to Derrick. Turnover, steal. Back comes Martin. Left hand, no good. Just a little too fancy on that. Misses the layup. Back comes Florida Memorial. And they're going to call a foul on Anthony Young as number 11, Jordan Johnson, pushed that ball up the floor.
You know, you don't necessarily have to dunk the ball, but when you're up that high, Brian, dunk the doggone ball. Let's not get fancy with all the other stuff.
Well, he put a little too much English. He was up there, and instead of just finishing, he kind of took the ball from his left to his right and then tried to go back again. A little two-man game there. Basket good. Derrick with the basket off the assist from Jordan Martin.
You know, they made Radovic look bad on that one, but Radovic did what he was supposed to do, come over on the help.
There was no help.
You got to help the helper on that, Ryan. This Florida Memorial team is getting out looking to run. Edward Waters is trying to create some pressure, and it's working right now, Brian. Can they capitalize on it? And once again, there's another missed layup. They called a goaltender.
Yeah, that should have been basket interference there.
And they got it.
That basket is good by Chris Oakley. 68-49, 11 minutes now remain.
And Coach Alameen quickly goes back to his first unit, Brian, as he's starting to see, even though there's only been 2 points scored by Edward Waters, he's feeling a run coming on, so he's going back to his first unit.
Yeah, there's no way. Look, this is a team, Florida Memorial, looking to get their first win of the season. And as we heard from Ernest Jones, the athletic director of Florida Memorial, this is the best start these young men have had this season. So when you have the momentum like this, there is no way you should let this get away from you. What do they call here? They call an out of bounds. No call there. Inbound underneath by Florida Memorial. .10:51 remaining. 68-49 lead for Florida Memorial. It feels like this crowd here at Adams-Jenkins Complex is just waiting on the Tigers to sort of, I hate to say it, growl.
As Coach Fred Summers has called a referee over disputing the out-of-bounds call.
I think he was disputing the fact that there was no charge called, because he had a player there underneath who did take what I thought was a charge.
He took contact. We know that, but
contact. There's a turnover. Up ahead is Bass. He goes nice layup finish. DeJuan Bass with another 2 points. He has 16 in the contest, leading all scorers, I believe, at this point in the ball game. Keefe on the right wing goes left, decides to get a ball to Otar, who goes inside to Ali, and they're going to say 3 seconds. So the turnover by Florida Memorial gives the ball back to EWC. The Lions with a 68-51 lead, 17-point lead. Thomas pulls up inside the three-point line. He was. Bass with the rebound, no good. Keefe comes up with it. He falls down, and it's called for traveling. Bit of a jump ball situation, but Keefe is actually called for traveling. Interesting decision by the referee.
I guess he hit the ground before the tie-up, Brian. That's the only way you can call that a travel.
Just very close to 10 minutes here in the half. Every possession matters for EWC now, especially on the offensive end. There's Oakley. Oh, check that. Three-point attempt by Jabari Hayes. Cuts the deficit to 14. Ball is stolen away. 4-on-2 break. 4-on-3 now. EWC pull up by Thomas. Count
Get a timeout, Florida Memorial. Florida Memorial needs a timeout right here, Brian.
They're going to bring it up. It looks like they might be coming there. Up there.
Nope, he's going to that one super secret play,
which is get the ball inside to Ali person. Oh, there is the timeout.
There's
there you
the
go.
Timeout.
Baby.
Okay.
Good call. Timeout called by Alameen. We're going to take a timeout ourselves. 68-56 is our score. We'll be back right after these words.
Waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties.
Back to action here as we have a little mascot dance-off between the Florida Memorial Lion and the Edward Waters Tiger as the official signals, hey guys, off the floor, please. 9:26 remaining in the contest, a 12-point ball game. The lead was once 19. It has been shaved down to 12. Big possession here, little flex cut, goes out of bounds as Reeves was attempting to get that ball inside to Ali, but he missed his target, his 7-foot target, missed him wide. But Ali has to put his hands up, don't you think, Ali? Yep. I mean, AD. Ali, AD.
Too many A's.
Bass went up with strong rebound. Wow, Devon Bass, he went up and he wanted that ball, but it ends up being a jump ball, which possession arrow is pointing towards Florida Memorial. Well, AD, I can't, as I look over at Edward Waters' bench, I don't know how many other guys might come off that bench in these last 9 minutes. Is there anybody you see outside of the 5 on the floor that you can anticipate possibly coming in and contributing significantly for the Tigers?
Not right now. He's finally found a unit that could do something. You know, they're going to have to get a blow, but you're going to have to leave at least 3 of these 5 on the floor for the remainder of this game, Brian.
Omar Otar is a problem.
Mr. Bass is a problem, Brian.
Well, trading 3s for 2 is not going to add up and get you back in this ball game. There's a steal by Bass. He's got a trailer there. Oh, he's called for a traveling.
Trying to do too much, Brian.
But give some credit to Otar for just the defensive pressure and presence. Now, as he taps himself on the chest to his teammates, because the intended pass on the other end was for him. And either he didn't jump to the pass or somehow he claimed responsibility for the turnover. But he made up for it on the other end of the floor. That's leadership right there. Coming across half court, Freddie Reeves looking for a screen from his bigs. He decides to just pull up instead. No good. Bass recovered by Hayes. Hayes over to Oakley. Oakley knifing through the lane. Jump stop. Good.
Way to jump stop and split. I don't know how he got that through there, Brian, but that was just a tremendous play. And every time Edward Waters scores, the defensive intensity picks up even more, Brian.
11-point ball game. Robert Thomas putting some pressure, not letting them get set up to call their play. Smart decision. Here comes the screen. Bass. Keefe for 3. Rebound by Ali. That's unfair.
I mean, Ali is 7 feet tall.
Even with a good blockout by Anthony Young, it didn't matter.
Yes.
He goes to the lane, throws it off the glass, no good. Hayes looking, tries to hit the block by Ali. What a game changer this young man is. Keefe check that. Rebound, that shot attempt was by Jordan Martin.
Give it up.
Numbers, pull up, Oakley, Thomas. It was blocked. Yes, no jump ball, yep.
Yeah. Should have gave it up early, Brian. Give it up and you get that back, and then you look for the opposite pass right there.
73-70 is our score. 7:02 remaining. Edward Waters ball. 73-60. Thank you. Thomas in the corner is Young. He comes out of it. Here comes the screen by Bass. Into the lane is Young. Off the glass is good. Nice move there by the senior from St. Augustine, Florida. It's now an 11-point game.
Right up the road, Brian, about 15, 20 minutes away.
That 2-man game again. Ali bounces around and in. I wouldn't run anything but that play until Edward Waters stops it. And the only way I think they're going to stop it is if they somehow come with a weak side double. They're going to have to concede a 3-point attempt and bring more people into the lane, I think.
Well, the other way you can stop that, Brian, you got to put pressure on the passer.
Smooth move by Oakley, but it's no good. Rebound by Keefe. He gives it over to Jordan Johnson, who gives it over to Otar. Here's that play again, the high screen, pick and roll, two-man game. They leave Otar open for three. No good. Rebound by Young. Young pushes. Pump fake by Oakley. Pulls up off the glass. Oh, nope, missed the glass. Back comes Johnson, one-on-one. And they're going to call Young. No, they're going to say offensive foul on number 11, Jordan Johnson, I think. Well, wait a minute.
Yes, he did call the offensive foul.
Yeah, they did call. And he's at the free throw line thinking he's shooting free throws.
Brian, I believe that is the 5th offensive foul we've had called this game.
He's still at the free throw. He's still at the free throw line. Oh, no, he's playing defense now. Yeah, there's confusion.
He's confused.
Yeah, well, what it was as he went through the lane, he had his elbow in the face or throat area of the defender who was guarding him. 75-62 is our score, 5:35 remaining.
And if I'm Edward Waters, I attack him because the chances of him making another foul right here are great because he's frustrated because he thought he should have been shooting. And that's exactly what happens right there. Anthony Young attacked him.
Bass, no good at rebound.
2 seconds on the shot clock, 1 second.
Yeah, that was an air ball, and so the shot clock never reset. As Mr. Ali lets the crowd know that Florida Memorial is here in the house. 75-62 lead coming up on 5 minutes. When you play the game that Ali has, and there's a dunk, he can say whatever.
That should have been a technical foul right there, Brian. You cannot slap the backboard.
Ali can do whatever he wants to do in this game, AD. I don't know who's going to stop him. Obviously not Edward Waters, the way this game is going, and it doesn't look like the officials are either.
Back up to 15.
Pull up, shot, no good. Young gets his own rebound, though. Into the lane. Hayes has it. There's Thomas for three. No good. That's going to be out of bounds on Keefe. No! They say that is off of an Edward Waters Tiger. It'll be Florida Memorial ball. 4:37 remaining.
Great steal right there by Edward Waters. Steal by 13, Thomas.
McCorker pulls the ball all the way back up top, gives it over to Bass. Bass is fouled from behind by number 11, Jordan Johnson. And that will send Edward Waters to the line shooting 1-1 as it's the 17th foul, Johnson's second. 17th foul, Florida Memorial. It's 1-1 for Bass. He knocks that free throw down.
Bass coming into the game with 66.7% free throw shooter.
Makes both of them for his 20th point of the game. Stolen by Thomas. Nope, recovered by Bass. He goes to the lane, and he's fouled by Keefe. And he'll go to the line shooting two. So Florida Memorial really unnecessarily, I thought, pushed the ball up the floor.
You don't necessarily want to run clock and shoot in the last 5 seconds of the clock, Brian. But with a 13-point lead, all you have to do is just get a good shot up. Be it in the first 5 seconds or the last 5 seconds, get a good shot up. Unofficially, where is Mr. Bass at scoring, Brian?
4 of 4 at the free throw line, shooting his 5th attempt. He has 21 on the night, leading all scorers. That one rolled in and out. Rebound by Ali. I feel like Ali has got to be close to 20 rebounds in this game. I'm going to guess 15 plus by the time, at least right now. There's an inside pass. No good. A lot of contact. Let go. Bass up ahead to Young. Young, no good. Tip out. Thomas with the ball to the lane. Good. 10-point ball game. Timeout by Coach Summers of Edward Waters. 3:53 remaining in the contest. The Tigers have the Lions in sight. We'll take a break right after these words.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at mymajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
Welcome back to Live Action here on the campus of Edward Waters College. The Edward Waters Tigers find themselves down 10 to Florida Memorial Lions. 3:53 remaining. And what we say, AD, maybe about at the 10-minute mark, it was about a 19, almost a 20-point ball game, correct?
Yes, sir. Watch the log.
I'd say that's a smart decision there by, he lost his shoe and is forced to call a timeout.
I don't think I've seen that before.
30-second timeout. Freddie Reeves was pushing the ball up the floor. He had a 3-on-1, and I think he was about to make the smart decision and not throw the lob. It was there probably, and use some clock, and then kind of came out of his shoe.
Right, then he looked at the referee like, I lost my shoe. Referee was like, well, call a timeout then. And that's what he had to do.
As we come into this final home stretch here, AD, what is it going to take for Florida Memorial to hold on to this lead?
Not turn the ball over, Brian. Every time they turn the ball over, they turn the ball over in bunches. It's just not like one turnover here, one turnover there. And all of their turnovers are live ball turnovers, which means the crowd is getting into it as the ball is being turned over, Brian, and Edward Waters is getting out.
There you go. There's those timeouts you were talking. There was those turnovers you were talking about. As that time it went off of Mubashir Ali. Well, this can be down to a single-digit contest with one basket here. 3:35 left to play. Here comes the screen. Bass. Here's Young with the ball in his hands into the lane. Deflection goes off of the hands. It looks like of number 13, Hayes. Gives the ball back to Florida Memorial.
Now it looks like Edward Waters is starting to play a little bit offense-defense.
Trying to put a little pressure on the ball. Hayes, or Bass, excuse me. Cross court could have been stolen, but it wasn't. Otar being guarded by McLaughlin. Some nice fancy moves. Ball goes out of bounds. It looks like it was touched by a Tiger. Omar Otar showcasing his skills. 13 seconds left on the play clock. In the corner. Being guarded by Thomas. 7 seconds on the clock. He pulls up for three. No good. Rebound by Bass. He looks to push. Behind the back. There's Oakley. Count it.
Another steal. I told you those turnovers come in bunches, Brian.
Well, this is the possession. I think that is a huge possession right here. It's an 8-point game. It can be 6 or 5 here with one basket. Bass, left hand. Oh, no good.
Got to get a better shot to that up, Brian.
I agree. Reeves into the lane. It was ripped away by number 23, Malcolm McCorker, but he probably had a handful of arm as well. That will send Freddie Reeves to the free throw line.
Can they make free throws, Brian? It's going to come down to free throws also. Reeves comes into this game 60% free throw shooter with the 1 and the bonus.
So 1-and-1 opportunity, correct?
Yes, sir.
Knocks the first one down. Reeves has been pretty good on the night. Makes both of them. 5 of 6 by my count at the free throw line. 79-69. 10-point ball game, 2:23. And counting. Got to have some stops. Need a big bucket here. Hayes for 3. No good. High off the rim. It goes up. Rebound. Pulled up by Reeves. And he's called for an offensive foul as Robert Thomas took that elbow to the chops. That is, I believe that is number 4 on Reeves. Yes, it is. 2:09 to play. Florida Memorial trying to find a way to close this game out. Edward Waters fighting to tie or win. 2:09 left to do that.
Edward Waters has to score this possession, Brian. If they come away with an empty trip here, this game is essentially over.
High screen by Hayes. Free throw line. Spin move. Blocked by Ali, but they say there's a foul. Where? I don't know.
I think the foul was on number 2, Brian. Looks like number 2, Chandler Fontenot, came across and got him. And that's exactly who it was, Brian, on the help.
That'd be on Isaiah Barrett.
Excuse me. I'm looking at the wrong side of the stat sheet, Brian.
Isaiah Hayes, or Jabari Hayes, excuse me, he's at the free throw line, shooting 2. Correction, that was a 1-and-1. He missed. No, he was shooting 2. I thought he was shooting 2.
Yeah.
Players reacted as if it was a 1-and-1 situation. Well, and the other thing that you need to have happen at this point, AD, you need to make free throws, right?
Yes, we do, Brian.
Can't win ball games if you don't make free throws. He made the second one.
9 points. It's 3-possession game, Brian. Under 2 minutes.
Keefe.
Almost at a steal.
Reeves gives it over to Ali. Ali is called for. Well, they're going to say that's a foul underneath by Edward Waters.
Let's see. Let's see what we got.
A bit of a conference there. Taking quite a bit of time here.
Intentional, oh my God. I just thought that was bodies just getting tangled. I don't think there was any excessive contact right there, Brian. But that's what the conference was about.
Who did they call the intentional on? I didn't see the number who he called that on.
And that results in 2 shots and the ball.
Well, they gave him he should not have been given the opportunity to shoot that free throw. That was a warm-up by Ali there. So, of course, he makes the first one, which really is the second one.
Well, the referee did blow the whistle.
Well, he should have grabbed the ball, too. He never should have been allowed to shoot that one.
Well, he's 3 for 3, Brian, even though only 2 count.
Well, he hasn't missed a free throw all day, so it probably doesn't matter. What did you say his free throw percentage was coming into the game?
Coming into the game, it was 40%.
Wow, well, I'm sure it'll go up because he is 100% by my count in this game. I'm still trying to figure out who the intentional was on. 31.
And they
13.
should go to the point of interruption, which means
they're saying
Florida Memorial should have the ball out underneath.
Right, but let's clarify something. So the intentional foul seems to have been called on number 13, Jabari Hayes. And so after the 2 free throws, which makes the score 81-70, Florida Memorial has the ball underneath.
with 1:49 to play. In the corner is Johnson, and he stepped out of bounds. Not really sure why he would try to force his way baseline like that, but he did. A couple of substitutions for Florida Memorial in the ball game. Number 11, Jordan Johnson. Out comes Omar Otar. Well, no. I don't know how many players are. There's a little bit of confusion here. Do we have 5 on the floor? We do have 5 blue on the floor. Okay. You know, end of the games are always funny because that's where if there's a lot of things going on and you got coaches, head coach, assistant coaches, Hayes for 3 in the corner, no good. McLaughlin with the rebound. Over to Oakley. He decides to drive into the lane, and they're going to call a blocking foul. That's probably going to be on
13.
Kebe. I think that's a restricted area foul.
And that is it for him, Brian.
Well, Mr. Kebe finishes night with 15 points. Played a better first half than second half, but he didn't make his presence known in that first half when he was there. Big free throws here at the line for Chris Oakley. Fifteenth point of the ball game for Chris Oakley.
These down to 10. Make it 9.
Little pressure. Ball is handled by 22 Reeves, and he is quickly fouled by McCorker.
And I'm not 100% sure, Brian, that was not a unintentional foul right there in that situation, Brian. As he didn't want a whole lot of time to start running off the clock, and maybe they've got on there who they need to foul, who they don't need to foul. Reeves comes in as a 60% free throw shooter.
A lot of shuffle, a lot of moving parts at this point in the ball game. Both coaches making mass substitutions left and right. Very easy for somebody to get mixed up and not pay attention.
And it turned out to be a good play as the free throw was missed.
Oakley into the lane. Pull up, count it. It's a 7-point ball game.
Oh, he gave it right to him.
5-point ball game with the steal by Bass. 1:13 to play. Another steal, potentially.
Oh.
It did go off of Edward Waters' player. Here come 2 substitutions. Get a couple guys off the floor. 1:11 to play. 81-76. So we had the basket by Oakley. Then we had the steal and the basket by by Bass.
We got Collins, Martin, and Otar checked in for Florida Memorial.
Going across court, Otar. Here comes the double team into the middle. Ball in the hands of Collins. Oh, and ball lost by Reeves and stolen. Up ahead is Oakley. Off the glass.
Get a timeout, Memorial. You need a timeout, Memorial.
It's a 3-point ball game, 1 possession. 50 seconds left. Why are they fouling? A foul there.
I don't think there was he was trying to foul. They were actually going for the steal.
Well, that's a bit aggressive when at that point in the ball game, I'm personally thinking just play defense. Now, personally, I would have called a timeout after that last basket just to get your team on the same page. Freddie Reeves.
And the crowd is really getting into this game here, Brian.
Freddie Reeves missed the first one.
This place will erupt if he misses this second one.
Shooting the second attempt. It's good.
Quiets him a little bit.
We got a substitution at the table there. Smart substitution there by Garrett. Brings Reeves off the game. It's a 4-point ball game. 82-78. 51 seconds left. Stolen, but he stepped out of bounds. That's a steal and a turnover there.
You can't leave your guard down there by himself,
well,
Brian.
And that's what Devon Bass is yelling to his teammates, because you've got Oakley down on the other end of the floor. Ball in the hands of Thomas. Pushing, knifing through the lane. In the corner. Hayes, pull up. In and out. Rebound. Outlet up ahead. On the break.
That's intentional right there.
Well, I don't think they're going to call that.
That was more of an intentional foul than the one that they called an intentional foul, Brian.
Foul that time by Anthony Young. Sends Jordan Martin.
Even if he makes them both, this game is still not over because that only gives it a 6-point lead. Well, throw that one out the window, Brian.
Are you surprised that Edward Waters didn't call a timeout earlier and still has not called a timeout yet?
They only have one timeout left, Brian.
What are you saving it for? Oh, I thought that might have been a little basket interference there, but it goes in, rolls in. 5-point ball game. 32 seconds, 30 seconds left. Robert Thomas into the lane. Yeah, and he's going to be fouled as he made the attempt to go up. The problem is, AD, if I'm not mistaken, Edward Waters has really only made one 3-point basket this entire game. I don't know who the 3-point shooter is, if there is one. So that would mean everything needs to be going to the basket.
I don't think Coach Summers knows who his 3-point shooter is, as he's only got 2 returning players on this team, Brian.
There's a miss by Thomas. That's a tough miss. 26.1 seconds left. 5-point ball game. The lead that was once 19 was all the way down to 3. Thomas missed the second one. Rebound, and now a foul. Rebound by Jordan Martin, and he is fouled.
As they start to make their way towards the exits, Brian. I missed something. I had my head turned.
Well, we've got a technical there. I'm hearing a technical.
Technical taunting.
Well, they're going to call a technical. I think they're going to call a technical.
Ali for taunting.
Yes, and so who's he taunting? The crowd?
It may have said something to a player.
Well, maybe. Like you said, I had my head looking the other way as well. Chris Oakley is at the line shooting the technical, and he misses that. That is 3 consecutive free throws missed by Edward Waters. Another free throw attempt. Makes that one. It's a 4-point ball game.
Yes, and he's frustrated with himself, knowing he should have made both of those.
23 seconds left.
And Omar Alta tells Ali, you got to use your head, brother.
I had to look and see where Mr. Ali was from. He's from Helsinki. I don't know if he's got any people here in the crowd. Boy.
Can anybody make a free throw in the second half of this game, Brian?
When they say pressure.
Bust pipes.
Bust pipes. That one is good. 5-point ball game, 23 seconds. Quickly up the court is EWC. That's Thomas. Into the corner. 3-point attempt. No good. Rebound by Hayes. Gives it over to.
Front rim to dunk.
Oh, wow. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a tough miss.
Yeah, he should have just laid the ball up, Brian. But with the big guy right there, I understand him going in for authority.
He was shooting 3, or they say that might be a 3.
But Jabari Hayes is going to play this one all the way out. He was not going to let them get that extra bucket right there. And the crowd starts to leave.
Well, hopefully these folks will show up for tomorrow's football contest.
And who do we have in that contest, Brian?
So Savannah State comes to town to take on Edward Waters at 3 o'clock kickoff.
You know the good thing, Brian?
And there's a rim. Look at that. That's the epitome of the way this game has gone. The rebound, he did step out of bounds by Reeves. Bass will throw it over to Oakley, who will heave one at the basket. No good. And our final score, Florida Memorial with a 85-79 victory. We'll take a break and be right back with the final statistics right after these words.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
The real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it, and that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Okay, that was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, I knew that these black colleges were going to benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
The Creole seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881. Do you miss your mama's cooking? Then come on down to Q Time, an Urban Passport member.
A gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs.
The Black College Sports Network is proud to partner with ComputerRatings.com. That's CompuGHTER ratings.com for the upcoming college football season. ComputerRatings.com delivers rankings, game predictions, and statistics for hundreds of professional and collegiate teams. The key feature of ComputerRatings.com is the Versus Sports Simulator, which allows users to simulate any possible matchup and view the predicted scores along with a side-by-side stats analysis. Improve your odds by signing up for a subscription. Monthly, semi-yearly, and yearly subscriptions are available. For our listeners and viewers, use the promo code BCSN19 and get 15% off of your subscription at checkout. Visit www.computerratings.com. That's CompuGHTER ratings.com.
Can one girl in a small town, an architect in a major city, and a suburban high school coach shape the future of the United States? Yes, they can. Because every 10 years, the census gives us that power. You can shape your future by responding to the 2020 census. Where do we need new roads to make our lives easier? Where will new school programs help our children thrive? Where could a new health clinic benefit neighborhoods? The 2020 census will inform these decisions and shape how billions of dollars will be distributed to communities like yours each year. And in 2020, you can respond to the census online, by phone, or by mail. It's easy, safe, and important. Make sure you and everyone you know is counted. Now is the time for you to get involved. Your community needs you. Together, we can educate and excite, inspire and make sure every voice is heard. Together, we can shape our future.
Now, you can live in Texas and not have a good red meat blend. Texas Cowboy Dust is designed for steak and other red meats. It's out to be my most popular spice blend, made with onions, peppers, ground mushrooms, pink salt, and other spices. Texas Cowboy Dust also goes great with chicken, pork, vegetables, and adds a restaurant quality sheen to gravies and sauces.
Let's face it, shopping for insurance can be time consuming. That's why when it comes to your auto, home, and life insurance needs, make things simple and trust the experts at Allstate. They will help you get the coverage that fits your needs while helping you bundle your life, home, and auto policies. Bundling saves you money, sure, but it also saves you time, so you can enjoy the things that matter most even more. Contact me, Tammy Haynes, your local agent, for a free personalized insurance quote. Allstate, are you in good hands?
Waiting for days to come like this, better than ever before. And now I know there's more.
Wherever you've been, whatever you've been through, we have a warm welcome waiting for you at more than 325 hotels around the world. Book today at DoubleTree.com. DoubleTree by Hilton, where the little things mean everything.
Majesty is a premium health and wellness tea line focused on bringing delicious yet healthy tea blends to the community. Filled with an abundance of vitamins and antioxidants, we work to blend teas with exotic spices and fruits to produce scrumptious and wholesome beverages. So check us out at MyMajesties.com. That's MyMajesties.com. My Majesties, an Urban Passport member.
It's like a loot machine. All around town, people trying to get down. It's like a loot machine.
This December 21st, the best in HBCU football will collide in Atlanta at the Celebration Bowl. MEAC versus SWAC. Champion versus champion. Only one team will rise above the rest and claim the coveted Celebration Bowl trophy. Come join the celebration at Mercedes-Benz Stadium this December. For more information, visit thecelebrationbowl.com.
You know, the real reason why I went after Comcast and Charter, it didn't have anything to do with my cable networks. It didn't. What happened was a gentleman wanted to do the Black College Sports Network in partnership with the HBCUs, and Comcast did not accept it. And that would have made a lot of money for these black colleges. Absolutely. And it would have educated the Black College Sports Network. This is what he wanted to do. That would have educated a lot of black kids. And when they didn't do that, that's when I came off the bench and said, okay, I'm gonna light you up like a Christmas tree. Okay, that was the real reason why I got into it, was when I saw what happened with the Black College Sports Network, which I don't know. I just knew that these black, I knew that these black colleges were going to benefit, and these black kids were going to get the education that they deserved and not have to pay.
The Creole Seasoning is a sodium-free and sugar-free blend that's versatile enough to put on anything. One of the first blends I developed more than 8 years ago, the Creole Seasoning has an unmistakable aroma, a bold flavor, and a little heat for character. Every time I open one of these bottles, I hear trumpets and big band music.
Q Time is a classic Atlanta soul food restaurant located in the historic West End. Q Time Soul Food is a family business started by Fred and Christine Crenshaw. Come on in, relax, and sink your chops into our tantalizing, mouth-watering, distinctive soul food with a twist, the Q Time way. 1120 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, or call your order in at 404-758-2881.